friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Uh, Welcome to IBM TV Podcast on Thursday, and good morning to everyone, and good evening to Australia down under.
Yeah, and down under in India.
Joining us today.
Yes, and Ankit, we have some people lined up from other places around the world today. I'm going to be jumping off in about 1 hour because I got another meeting. So, but let's introduce some of our guests and our panelists. First, we'll bring in Willie Hill from Melbourne, Australia. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
Yep, good to see you from down under. What time is it in Australia, mate?
This is 12:01 a.m.
That's in the middle of the night for those people in Australia that decide they want to stay up late. Willie runs Startup Australia out of Melbourne. Of course, we have Ankit, everybody knows, director of IBM TV in New Delhi. And then we have a guest here that we're all going to chew on as soon as he gets in. There he is. It's Julian. Julian, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, Julian is actually in Toronto, Canada, right? That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, by way of Fayetteville, Arkansas. So he's, I guess he's really an American, but he's actually over there. We'll talk a little bit about him just later on the program. But also from Toronto, joined us Alexander Starr from actually from Russia now in Toronto, Canada also. I guess you guys are neighbors. He also runs Investing with Sasha, which is our Wednesday show. I missed it, but I can pick up the reruns. I've learned to be able to do that, Sasha. And then he runs Chess Stars, which are coming on this Saturday at 3:30. It's got some really good guests Saturday. Tell us a little bit about your show coming up Saturday, Sasha.
Oh, it's going to be mother of all chess shows. I must tell you that. Why I'm so confident is because you can't think of a better panel than Professor Ken Regan. And we have Jim will be there as well. And Grandmeister Mikhail Marin, his lovely wife Maria, who is a fantastic artist, and she will show us new chess paintings. We will discuss chess, arts, and investments, and how all that works together. I don't think that anybody ever explored this, and I don't think anybody even has capacities to explore that. So essentially, that makes show unique.
Yes, it would. And for those people who don't know the demographics of grandmasters versus billionaires, there are about 1,400 grandmasters in the world that have achieved the title. It's that difficult to achieve. There are 1,600 billionaires. The fact is, it's easier to become a billionaire than it is to become a chess grandmaster. And we have them on IBM TV. And from Hong Kong, we've been bringing Rakesh. Rakesh, how are we doing in Hong Kong?
We're good, thank you. The number of cases are dropping, and it's not too bad. No new deaths or anything, but we're still being very, very careful.
Okay. All right. So things are steadying out in Hong Kong. Okay. So with us today on Podcasters Thursday, we have a special guest who's actually was the Genius of the Year, believe it or not, in 2017, Julian. And I believe, Julian, the thing is, can you tell us a little bit about the contest, the Genius of the Year, High IQ Societies? Give our panel a little background on who you are, where you're from, what you do.
Yeah, sure thing. So there are quite a few IQ societies that exist nowadays. Most people are familiar with Mensa, but there's this one called the World Genius Directory, which is considered to be the current who's who of the high IQ community, especially on the online sphere. So each year, the high IQ community through the World Genius Directory, they hold a global election where basically they select 3 members who will be awarded the Genius of the Year awards, and they will go on to represent the gifted community and, just to spread awareness and try and speak good things on behalf of the so-called intelligentsia. So in 2017, I was elected to receive the award for America by my fellow members. And yeah, so since then I've just been doing, things like this, trying to learn as much as I can about giftedness from all of the different people that I meet, because there are so many kinds of giftedness in the world. There's so much to learn. And what's interesting about it is that society benefits so much from giftedness. In many ways, we could say this society has been shaped by giftedness, especially in terms of the military industrial complex, technological advancements, things like this. These things are often determined by logical faculty. And so as a result, there's just this interesting I guess you could say, culmination of forces where giftedness is directing the development of society. But in many ways, society isn't always aware of the presence of gifted individuals or even necessarily accepting of them. So there's definitely a lot to be said on the topic.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you say gifted individual, you're right. Everybody's familiar with Mensa. Okay, but what about the mega society? Is it harder to get into mega society, or is it easier to get into Mensa? Which is the easier society to get into?
So yeah, that's a very good question. It's definitely a lot easier to get into Mensa because getting into the Mega Society, as the name indicates, it's intended for the 1 in a million level rarity, whereas Mensa is intended for the top 2%, or about 1 in 50. If you actually look at the distribution, the real cutoff for Mensa might not necessarily be 1 in 50. It could be a bit closer to 1 in 44 or so. But either way, yes, 1 in 50 is nowhere near the 1 in 1 million plus level necessary to qualify for the Mega Society.
Yeah, right. And I like 1 out of a million as opposed to 1 out of 100 or 2 out of 100. I think that's Mensa, something like that.
Right.
So the thing is, to do that, what exactly did you have to do? See, we have some chess players. Jim hasn't joined us yet, but chess players, you play in tournaments, you win tournaments, you get your ELO rating, you keep going up, and then you play in another tournament. I mean, it's like a continuous battle. In terms of Genius of the Year, what did you have to do? Did you have to play in a Genius tournament, or what do you do?
So no, it wasn't competitive in that form. So it was just an election. So basically, it was like there was I guess you could say, a campaign process where I basically just spoke on my values, what I believe the values of the WGD were and are, and what we would hope those values evolve into, and what kinds of changes we would hope those values could hopefully instill in the world. And just by speaking on those topics and basically doing my best to make it clear that I really do stand behind these beliefs, I really am, animated by this drive to spread this kind of message, I was able to garner the votes over time. So it wasn't quite like a competition in terms of, winner takes all, although I'm sure there was a bit of competitive spirit between my fellow Americans.
My fellow Americans. How many people are members of this World Genius Society?
If you go and look, so it's at SciQ.org, and if you just go and look at the Geniuses listing, you'll see quite a long list of names. There are a few hundred members, I believe.
Yeah, okay, because it seems to me it's like a group that expands and contracts at the same time. In other words, as they move the level up as to what you have to acquire, obviously your membership starts shrinking. So
it's different. Well, there are different cutoffs for different societies. So the World Genius Directory doesn't necessarily require like a 1 in a million level cutoff like the Mega Society. Otherwise, there wouldn't be nearly as many people in the World Genius Directory. So if you wanted to list in the WGD, you could list yourself with some score even above 130, you could probably list in the WGD.
Really? Okay. I mean, I didn't know much about that one particular society. When you add up all these societies, how many people join these societies, and what's the impetus? In other words, what's the driving force why people join these societies?
So it's a really good question. So basically, if we were to look at the medical literature, so cognitive disability, for many years, it was just bluntly referred to as mental retardation. Fortunately, now we don't use that term anymore. But the way that this is actually measured is through the logical faculty of the individual as assessed by IQ tests. And so what will happen is generally whenever people take IQ tests, if you were to look at the scores of everybody, there'll be about basically a bell curve of scores. Most people get, the general score and average score, and then there will be some people out on the tails. Once you're a certain distance away on the negative side from average, then at that point you qualify for mental disability. If you're that same distance away on the positive side, that's when you'll actually qualify for being gifted. So whenever it comes to the drive that leads people to seek these out, there are actually many qualitative differences that result in an individual's life experience just from being so far away from the mean. So people aren't really as inclined to think about the qualitative differences that might come from giftedness, but we can definitely imagine the qualitative differences that might come from intellectual disability. So with those differences that do come with giftedness and the fact that we are, social beings, there are these forces that lead people to try and, find their like minds. And especially nowadays with the internet, with technology, there are more means to do that than ever. And especially over time, people would never guess, but it's like once you start getting people that have extremely high IQs, they might never guess, but they would just be looking at the same pages on the internet anyways. And so over time, they'll end up looking at, forums and just like listings for these things, and then slowly they'll just gravitate together. And as far as the prevalence of it, honestly, I would say that it's going to be at least 1 in 50, because once you get to that point, it really is a marked difference qualitatively in the experience of the individual. And that's why, so if you look at the school system, many people could say that schools benefit naturally from gifted students, right? Of course, they'll perform well on standardized tests that will bring in funding, but
Yep, exactly.
It brings in funding. How does it bring in funding? Because from what I understand, though, that there's a little bit of prejudice, and we went over in our panel with the Jordan versus the City of New London case, and I think it's also happened to you. In other words, just like you're on the bottom end of the tail, if you're the top end of the tail, you get cut off also. Didn't that actually happen to you also as well?
Right, yeah. So actually, when I was younger, so I've actually been, I guess you could say, denied 3 job opportunities roughly as a result of performing too well on their aptitude tests, which is fairly ironic. So the first time it happened, it was when I was a teenager and I wasn't too aware of things like giftedness or IQ scores. And I was just a bit confused because I had to take an aptitude test for a random job, and then I was called in for the interview. And I thought the interview went well. Afterwards, the interviewer asked me, "Do you have any questions for me?" And so I just asked the usual questions, and then I concluded by saying, "Oh, by the way, the aptitude test was pretty fun. How did I do on it?" And he just proceeded to close the binder and say, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you that," in a rather solemn tone, and thus concluded the interview. So that was, so to speak, one of my first introductions with the way that giftedness is kind of received. But at the time, I didn't realize that it was giftedness. I was just kind of asking, "Oh, how did it go in terms of, that test that I had to take?" And then there were a few others as well. And in fact, so IQ testing is used by many companies as a means of finding talented individuals to employ. So there's a bit of a controversy, so to speak, because people are oftentimes led to believe, especially by media, maybe by their own prejudices and biases, that things like giftedness are kind of contrary, arbitrary, maybe even non-existent. But yeah, at the same time, these things, it seems that they're sought after by the corporations, so to speak. And so it's almost like the mentality of denying giftedness is also leading to certain structural changes in the demographic of class structure, where the people who don't actually want to accept the existence of intellectual capacity are less likely to indulge in the fruits of labor that come from those higher end jobs, so to speak.
Yeah, right. No, I found this really weird because if you read the case Jordan versus the City of New London, which actually you can find, it's actually a Second Circuit Court of Appeals case in the year 2000. So it wasn't like a case that was a long time ago. It was about 20 years ago. They denied a person to become a police officer because he scored too well on his aptitude test.
Right, and it wasn't even too high. He scored the equivalent of 125, which is only like the 95th percentile. I shouldn't say only, that's pretty good, of course. But
it's the 95th percentile. It wasn't like he was in the 99.5 percentile or anything like that. He was 95th percentile, which is, he's reasonably smart. But wait a minute. We cannot deny people jobs because of race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, but we can deny them based on IQ. How do you feel about that, Mr.
So it's a really good
guy who does well on IQ test?
Yeah, well, it's a really good question because it's one of those topics, of course, where it could be incendiary when you first look at it. And it's like, okay, well, how could this be? It doesn't quite seem acceptable. It almost seems discriminatory. But if we were to remove the ability to, I guess you could say, discriminate against high-scoring individuals, we would necessarily have to debate whether or not we should also give up the ability to discriminate against extremely low-scoring individuals. And for instance, in order to be like an air traffic controller, you have to have a certain working memory capacity, a certain IQ capacity. And so the debate of whether or not it would be fair to remove that lower threshold isn't one that could really be had. So as a result, I don't think that it's necessarily bad, as long as the company can, which the New London Police did, show that the thing that they're testing for is statistically, logically, definitely causally related to the job and to helping, the employees perform well. And it turns out that whenever it comes to police officers, cops with high IQs are more likely to leave the force. Maybe they'll become, like PIs or detectives or something. But what ends up happening is that the police forces, they'll end up thinking that it might not necessarily be, the best investment to invest in just some high IQ guy who might just get bored with the job. And because high IQ people can also be a bit sensitive. So with those sensitivities, there are just things on the
okay.
Okay, but always be the best.
My argument, Julian, that would still be prejudice and discriminatory Okay, no matter
So
how.
the thing is it bad to be prejudiced or discriminatory? I don't think so. It's bad to be prejudiced unfairly. Like, for
Because you're
instance,
singling one person out based on a demographic. If you did that, you'd say, well, we're not going to hire any blacks because statistically they commit.
it's not quite the same, because you can't prove that a person's skin color is going to make them worse at the job.
Well,
You can prove that somebody who can't remember 7 things in a row won't be able to juggle 8 things.
I totally agree on the lower end of the scale, but on the higher end of the scale, just because you have a high IQ.
Well, here's the thing. So there's this thing called the IQ bridge, which is, and it's another controversial thing. It was first written about by this lady named Lita Hollingsworth when she first did research on gifted students, and she was studying people above 180 IQ according to the Stanford Binet and the Stanford Binet LM, which for a long time
they went over 140. I thought the thing is they
So there used to be this thing called the Stanford Binet LM, and the LM was like the extended scale, so to speak, for measuring like extremely high IQ kids. And basically what Hollingsworth found, anecdotally, she said that there seemed to be a communication range beyond which communication will just seem almost inauthentic between individuals once this capacity and intelligence has been breached. So for instance, they say that it's around, or she said it was around 30 points. Some people have said it might even be a bit less than that. Some people have tried to say there's no such thing. Generally, the people who say there's no such thing, they also happen to be blessed with higher EQs. And if you think about it, you know, the odds of being blessed with any faculty in the top 1% and then any other faculty that's unrelated in the top 1%, it's rather low. So as a result, it's unlikely that you're going to get people that are extremely high in IQ and EQ unless they're just really lucky. But anyways, with this 30-point gap, that can actually lead to, I guess you could say, difficulties in communication between people. And some people have said that it's difficult to be a leader if you're above 20 points in IQ in terms of, you know, the comparison with those that you're communicating with, because they say, like, you'll just speak to someone and the thing that you say to them, it might not necessarily be that it doesn't make sense, but it might just be that the reasoning behind it doesn't quite seem apparent. And if it doesn't seem apparent, even if it's almost like saying, oh, it would seem apparent if I was to waste company time explaining to you why it's apparent, but because it's not immediately apparent, you're not going to have that psychochemical, you could say, flood that's going to motivate your full compulsion. So as a result, I think that, you know, discriminating against people who can't do the job properly is okay. Like, I don't think that being prejudiced is being prejudiced. Whenever people talk about it, there are like these implied, inferred, silent things that go with it. Like, they're saying being prejudiced against someone unfairly, maybe in terms of the cards they were dealt versus the hand they try to play, and things like this, which really, you know, it's not fair to judge a person by the cards that they're dealt. But whenever it comes to the hand that a person can play, and also the range of possible hands that they could hope to play, I think it's perfectly fair to make those judgment calls. And if it wasn't fair, then, we could make the point that Harvard University was racist for having different IQ cutoff scores based on, you know, like the national ethnic background of the individual signing up, the, you know, level of development in their nations, etc. And in fact, it actually does get to the point where the argument could be made. There could be, say, an Asian American and an African American, both of which will take the SAT, both of which will put in equal effort, and then maybe they'll have slightly different cutoff requirements, and then maybe one will get in and the other one wouldn't, even though they would be equally deserving. So again, it's like, can the argument be made? Yes, but is that necessarily good enough? I don't think it necessarily is. So I think that it's important to understand that there are these social forces that will lead the average individuals to have a bit of disdain, so to speak, for those that are of higher intelligence. In some ways, it's not just the fact that we're going to look weird and, you know, we might also have that communication bridge or whatever it is. There might also just be that subconscious component of this thing over here. If it was potentially a risk to me, would I have what it, you know, would require basically to circumvent that? And because one of the oldest questions of mankind pertains to the essence of self and to identity, it leads us to oftentimes conflate human value with our ability to perform logically or intellectually, which isn't quite the case. But as a result of all these things, there is a certain tendency for, I guess you could say, gifted individuals to be pushed to the wayside. Now, the fact that this happens, and the fact that it happens on an evolutionary basis, means that it's not necessarily wrong. It means that basically the ratio of gifted people to non-gifted people, it fits a certain balance to achieve certain evolutionary ends. And, these things, these like statistical artifacts and signs of it, it's I don't think we have enough information to say that it's really unfair, but we do have enough information to say that it's understandable for individuals to take IQ into consideration, I think, when choosing who to hire.
Yeah, but aren't these high IQ people eventually going to be replaced? Because I got these computers and they know everything.
So actually, that's a really good question. That is an amazing question.
Right.
So it could be said that the only jobs that aren't going to be quickly automated will be the ones pertaining to creativity, almost to the, you could consider them like cross-curricular skills. And these will be things like leadership capacity, ability to communicate with others, ability to implement, creative solutions, to think logically outside the box. All of these things generally converge on the G factor. So the G factor is what IQ tests try to measure. So basically, it was statistically shown that of all the different types of questions that ever could possibly exist, there is a common factor that explains one's ability to answer all of these logical questions. And the way that this was shown is that basically, if you were to just take any subset of questions from this imaginary set of all possible questions and then just give them to people, and then, just like score them on who gets right and wrong, etc., they'll end up rank ordering people the same way each time. And it's like, statistically speaking, that would never happen by chance unless, of course, it was all just explained by the same factor. And so that's what led, to these things. So whenever it comes to the things that won't be automated, G factor is honestly going to just become more valuable to these companies. And that's why, so I'm a software developer, and that's why I've had to take so many IQ tests for companies. And it could also be a reason, maybe why people would be uncomfortable with intelligence. There's always that weird thing. Again, it's like people want it, but they don't want to want it. And they want people around them with it, but they don't necessarily want to want people around them with it, so to speak.
Right. Yeah. And because you're a software developer, you had to take a lot of psychometric tests. What were your score ranges on these psychometric tests that you were taking?
Yeah, so I took the Wonderlic test. There are a few different ones that you have to take for different companies. Some companies will just go through a major provider. Like the Wonderlic company is the same company that provided the IQ test to the police station of New London. So I took the same test as that one guy. Yeah, so I took that. On that one, I scored the equivalent of, I guess, like mid 150, so to speak, but that one only went up to 160 or so. I generally score around that range if I look at all of my different scores, because there are so many types of IQ tests, and they can also kind of key into these different mental abilities where, even though they will converge on this G factor, you will see evidence of different brain regions. And for instance, if a person has a traumatic brain injury on a certain lobe, it could reduce the G factor as it would be measured, but only in those abilities related to that, which is kind of interesting. But if I take, my averages from all of my own scores, eventually it would form a bell curve of its own. I generally identify as around 155 IQ. I've done a bit better than that. I've done a bit worse on some others. It just depends on, the nature of the day, the test. Even what you go into a test in your brain with can make a huge difference on the types of ideas that are immediately available to your eyes. So there can be times if you go into a test with, you could almost consider it an unlucky configuration in your short-term memory. It could almost lead you to see logical connections. There can be times, especially when you start reaching, ceiling effect of the IQ test, where you'll start seeing alternate answers that are still potentially viable. So it's always interesting to see how you can go into a test with like a brain full of different concepts, and then you might, follow different routes to arrive at the intended answer. Or maybe you'll follow intended logics, but arrive at, an unintended answer just by some faculty of that. But yeah, I generally identify as around 155.
Which would translate on a percentage basis as to what number?
So that would be about like 99.94. 99.94
All right. Yeah, because the thing is, I've seen a lot of the tests, like the Cattell is so different than the Stanford Binet.
Right.
And the thing is, it's just like when and the chess players understand that, or even the Jim's not here. If you got a chess ELO on Lee Chess, it's different than chess.com, and it's different than your FIDE rating. Okay. So, and Alexander knows that. In other words, it's like, well, it depends where you're.
Okay. Now that you've mentioned the FIDE rating, so I've got to bring it up. So, do you guys know that Hikaru Nakamura streams his chess games on Twitch?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So, did you guys see whenever he took an IQ test and then he removed it in shame because he scored 103?
That I didn't know. Okay, so the thing
However,
is,
Gary Kasparov scores 184.
Actually, I heard that was just a myth. I heard that he scored
Right.
like 135 on the
That's
ISIC test.
yeah. At least that's what I heard. Also, that when he was actually tested, Garry Kasparov was 135. Okay, but again, it depends where the ceiling is, as we just described. The ceiling on that test
Yeah.
may be 140. See, a lot
Yeah,
of
it was.
people
It
don't know
was. It
that.
was around 140 to 145-ish on
Right.
that test.
Okay.
if I
So the
recall.
thing is, the real accuracy of the test can also be disputed, but it's kind of interesting to see that they
Yeah, and
don't.
the point is made that you can consider the
Right.
effect, the range of ceiling effect, to be the square root of the total number of possible points that can be given by a test from the maximum of the test. So generally, like if you're in the top, like if a test caps at 160 and you score 150 plus, you'll probably be in that ceiling effect range where, for all you know. So the thing is you could have an individual with legitimately an IQ of 185, and they might just slip up and make a mistake on some random thing, and even if they just fill in the wrong bubble or something like that.
It's human error.
So,
I mean,
yeah, ceiling effect right there.
Julian, the human error takes place in chess also. If I'm sitting
Right.
and playing a chess grandmaster, there's always a human error. The guy goes and just makes a blunder. If you're playing computer, they'll never get that and make a blunder. The computers
Right.
always play like machines all the way down the road. Hierarchy, it really that kind of shocks me that would be that low, because I've taken a lot of those tests. That's like you're within the first standard deviation. I mean, frankly, that's really bad. Jim Eade has just joined us speaking about chess players. Jim Eade is from the Eade Foundation and the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley. And he's also author of a great book called Chess for Dummies. Now, this is something I found very interesting talking to Jim. There's a guy named Lev Sykes who's like a really top Russian grandmaster. I followed his career for a long time, playing championship contender. He wrote a book on the modern Benoni. He sold 9,000 copies. Jim, who would be happy to be able to shine his shoes, kiss his feet, and carry his bag, he's a FIDE master, not a grandmaster, wrote a book, Chess for Dummies, and not selling 9,000 copies, what Lev did, one of the top players in the world. Jim, because he addressed the dummies, sold over 1 million copies. So, Julian, I got it. Yeah, I know.
Good job. That's amazing.
Okay, so the thing
Marketing.
So the thing is,
Exactly.
Julian,
It was all the publishers doing. Yes.
Yeah, so Julian, I got a great idea for you. Okay, you should publish a book, How to Be a Genius for Dummies.
Honestly, the book would sell, but I'm not sure. I've thought about this before, because there are things like this. Like, for instance, there are certain thought patterns that are just more common with people who get things right more often. So, I mean, without a doubt, like, there are certain ways of thinking about things that can be taught to people, but in some ways it can also be a bit misleading. For instance, whenever it comes, like, there are some facets of, intelligence that you could consider them bound to your mental processing speed, to your ability to perceive a visual stimulus and then react to it and then respond in the external world. Ultimately, it's almost related to your hardware. There are certain points where giving people advice, verbal advice, words they can use to improve, it's almost like a software change, but it won't necessarily provide the hardware update.
Right.
So Nakamura scored IQ 103 whenever he took the Mensa Norway test on Twitch, which normally wouldn't have been like it's average, of course. The average is 100, but we could say, yeah, well, if you had lots of people on, like, you have a stream of comments on your screen the entire time. He, had a lot of nerds of people probably bearing down on him. What's funny is that he erased the video afterwards, so that's just the only reason that it's like kind of worth mentioning now, is because it's like, oh, you didn't plan ahead. I feel like
the thing is, one of the theories about these tests, because I've gone through a lot of the psychometric tests, is that the built-in inherent biases, like I said, one of them, it was a mega test, had a Mobius strip calculation. They had some lateral questions I could get, but when they go to Mobius strip calculations without having a basis to be able to do the calculation, makes it extremely difficult. And so the thing is, a lot of them have what they call built-in biases. When I went to Raven's matrices, okay, which you've seen the Raven test before, I thought thought this one had the least amount of built-in biases, yet I've seen studies saying, well, it has a bias too. So what
Well, it depends on what you mean by bias, because the Raven's matrices are designed to be as culturally fair as possible. And even
Right.
Cattell, there's the Cattell culture fair variant, and then there's like the Cattell like 3B, which is like verbal. But yeah, with these visual spatial puzzles, basically the matrices, like what you'll see in the RAPM, they are designed to be as unbiased as possible.
That's what I thought.
And yeah, they're designed to be that way, but there are always things that people can say. Like at the end of the day, someone can be like, "Oh yeah, well, it's culturally biased to think that there's only one answer to a question." For instance, someone could say something like that. So it kind of depends on what you mean by biased. People have said that items can be culturally biased, and then there are ones where people will say that they're basically just like racist, which it's kind of different. Depending on, because it's like a test doesn't have eyes, it doesn't quite have the ability to detect things like race but usually it's not until the end, even if you're a part of some research study where you have to put in your demographics, so they can, because they're making the test. But yeah, so it kind of depends on what you mean by bias, but at the end of the day, these items are designed to be as fair as possible, and the way that they determine these things, among other means, basically what they can do is they can get a huge number of people to rank order what they think the hardest problems are.
Sure.
And so then what they'll find is that once you do that, and then you have all these different types of culture, so since people will be culturally biased, if they all still manage to rank the items in the same order, even when they're coming from different cultures, then that means that even though they have these different cultural biases, this item still remains, which kind of lends, to the idea that it could be, objective and not just biased in that sense. So there's a lot that goes into it. At the end of the day, I can definitely say that any test that asks you like about definitions and vocabulary, that will be culturally biased to people that have, hopefully learned the language at least. And if not, it would be a very creative test. Like, I guess I can't imagine tests, I really can, where you would have to read a language that doesn't exist. And that would test IQ, because you would be looking at these, nonsensical,
Yeah, and
So Julian, people who set up the IQ test, what kind of IQ they have?
So that's a really good question. Yeah, that's a really good question.
Oh, that is a good question, yeah.
Yeah, people have tried to say, okay, so there are so many people that make IQ tests, first of all, and of course, to make real IQ tests, these people will generally be like certified psychologists or statisticians or psychometricians. And so by the time you graduate from university, I believe the average IQ of that type of individual will already be around like 115. And then if you start getting into individuals who will really, just like narrow down into one field, maybe even PhD material and this sort of thing, where they're going to design items, then maybe they'll be like 125 plus. So there does seem to be a bit of an overall tendency where the smarter the person, the more likely it is that they can make an item that actually is logically consistent, basically. Because the thing is, what makes an item challenging, according to the literature I've read, is basically just the number of things that are happening at once. Like maybe you'll have like a star that just goes from corner to corner, I guess, from your direction counterclockwise. And then maybe you'll also have like a line that rotates like 45 degrees, clockwise. And then you'll just have to look at it and be like, okay, it's asking you what it'll look like 7 steps in. And so you just have to like count it out, remember that, do the other thing, remember that, pick the answer. So yeah, basically the smarter the person is, the larger their own memory capacity, so the better they can make the items. But there are always the caveats. For instance, when you have people that are really brilliant at specific things, maybe people who are extremely abstract, then there's always the possibility maybe they'll just make it too much. And in that case, it might be a bit better to simplify the item. But yeah, and so leading into that, so there is this social tendency. Basically, there are gatekeepers that try to keep gifted people from finding out about themselves. And the reason I say this is because if you wanted to go take a proper IQ test, you would have to pay $1,000. What this means is that it's already going to be gated to the upper socioeconomic class. So what this results in is a situation where you're going to get individuals who, so many people that have, tests that are just provided for them, it'll be because maybe they'll be in trouble with the law, or they'll have, disciplinary action taken upon them. And it's not too uncommon where there'll be some kid who's often fighting with his teachers, and they'll think that this kid is, just has like ADHD, and they won't be quiet. And then they give them an IQ test, and it turns out Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Jim. And then it turns out that this kid can just remember.
He failed all the IQ tests he took, so he had a real problem with it.
No, I had this same problem in school because either a teacher loved me or hated me.
Oh, really?
Right.
You had
I completely
relationships
understand.
with your teacher? See, I never had relationships with my teacher, so that's kind of an interesting concept. Okay, go on. You know,
No, you're on a
So-
roll.
you're on a roll, Julian. Keep
Oh, yeah, well,
rolling,
yeah,
buddy.
like you said, the teachers either love you or hate you, right? So anyway, so there's already this kind of systemic structure that keeps certain types of individuals from knowing about their own medical criteria and their own status. And then beyond that, so human beings, we are impelled to socialize with people that are like us. And so eventually what happens is, now that we have the internet, we have this community of individuals who decide, you know what? I did take one of these IQ tests and I did well on it. Maybe I can make one of these IQ tests. And so then one of these people will design an IQ test and they'll put in all the work necessary to make it a pretty good test. And then over time, other people will start gravitating towards that. And then soon enough, maybe those people will decide, hey, maybe we can make our own test too. And so it kind of triggers off this chain reaction where you end up in a situation where the gifted community is creating the test to identify the gifted community, because it seems like it's honestly just necessary from a humanitarian perspective. And giftedness, as far as I can tell, is exploited by society. Going back to what I was saying before when I kind of trailed off, is because I didn't want to get into this, but schools basically abuse gifted kids by forcing them to sit with students who are basically average, meaning that they will have that kind of subconscious disposition against them. This means that they're basically forcing kids to sit next to bullies so that the teachers can misunderstand the students, give them bad grades, and make them feel, terrible about themselves. And then the school is still going to profit at the end of the year whenever they take like the benchmarks and all that. So it's really it's a situation like this, and it creates a situation where the gifted community has to take care of itself, and it's just by nature of the circumstance, I suppose.
Yeah, because isn't that a problem? And by the way, when did you discover that you were gifted? In other words, at what grade level you go, oops, I'm surrounded by a bunch of dummies?
So that's a really good question. So
Right.
The first time I ever had a thought like that, I was extremely young, but my rationale was, okay, if a bunch of people around me are saying something different from me, I'm probably the one that's wrong, because I didn't quite have a conception of the amount of variance. And I guess that's especially true whenever you're young. You don't quite understand the disconnect between individuals and things in the world. But at the time, I didn't quite think it was like that. And so I always figured whenever I would try and raise a point, and then people would be like, dude, you're an idiot. That has nothing to do with this. I'd be like, oh, my bad. You know what I mean? And I didn't quite realize that it had anything like that. But the first time I ever noticed anything like that, I was in kindergarten, and I had to explain to this kid beside me that north wasn't up because there was a map on the wall, just of like the US, and it had just a compass. And I was just explaining to him, like, no, that doesn't mean north is up. That could just be that the map is on the wall,
Yeah.
And but I didn't know anything about like giftedness. And so
Right.
I grew up in a kind of small town during those few formative years, but then my parents actually split when I was in around like 4th grade. And so then I moved school districts. That school district I moved to was the first one with a gifted program that I was ever in. So I was identified for that. But before I moved, there were always these things, like I won a spelling bee at one point, and like I guessed the number of jelly beans in a pickle jar, and just random things like this that, again, I didn't quite know about it, but I always knew that there was like something there.
Yeah, but see, it seems to me early childhood development is so important, but I'll give you the reason
Yes.
why I think it's important. Okay, as you get older, and Jim knows this, as you hit the age 30, for example, almost nobody can become a grandmaster at chess. Usually they have to be today really good in their teens. In other words, like masters when they're 14 years old, or there's one, Christopher Yu, you probably know him, he's in your area. Jim.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't he like a IM strength now? Or
He's already an IM,
and he's like, how old is he? He's a young guy.
11.
He's 11
He might
years
be
old.
12 now, but
12 now. Okay.
Yeah,
But
maybe.
see, the thing is, the reality, here's the reality, at least in the chess world, okay, that as you get to your age, believe it or not, you're basically washed up. It's almost like tennis. If you go, hey, I want to jump in, I'm going to become a chess grandmaster, we go, well, the odds are stacked against you.
Okay, I have a question for
When
you.
you're like 14 years old or 11 years old.
I have
Yeah.
a question for you. So in terms of, IQ development, you can basically track these different types of skills across the lifetime, and then you can see which ones increase and which ones go down. So at around age 30, that's whenever the processing speed generally starts to decline.
Yes.
Would you say that it's still possible to be a grandmaster if
No.
it's an untimed chess game? if there was an only untimed system?
You can go pull the data. Almost nobody today, if they're over age 30, will become a grandmaster in chess. Almost nobody. I don't know. There's usually like one exception you'll find, but that was like.
But those factors, do you think that those factors are mainly exclusive to issues of processing speed? Meaning that if everybody was to play untimed, then the grandmasters would still continue.
Well,
at
they would
similar
still
rates?
experience fatigue. That's one of the problems. I talked with Boris
Right.
Kolkov, who is a grandmaster of great distinction, and Boris was in his 60s, and I asked him about just what we're talking about, and he said, well, I understand chess much better now, but my results are not as good. And so this is the thing, because when you're spending 4 hours playing a game, you start to get fatigued. It's not only your processing speed that goes
Right.
a little bit south, but it's also your physical. Because
Physical.
chess is not just a mental game; it's also a
Right.
physical game.
Yeah, I mean,
Your attention.
yeah.
You must focus for
saying
constantly
it's
for
the
4 hours.
It's the fatigue and exhaustion. I won I won most of my state championships when I was in my 20s, but I went back when I was 37 just to say, hey, can you do it again? I won the state championship. But the last game, because you're playing like 7 rounds, okay? The last game, I was playing Nero Basalo, who eventually became the world senior champion, or the U.S. senior champion. And I was looking at the pieces, I was going, I can't think anymore. I said, I'm running out of steam. Let me offer him a draw, because if I got a draw, I clinch it. He agreed to the draw, and I won the tournament. But I was thinking, I'm running out of steam, and I was 37. I wasn't like a young or an old guy. I was 37, and I was going, I said, as you get older, you run out of that energy, because every one of these games are like. It could be like 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours, and then you do it day after day after day.
And one bad move can ruin 40
Yes.
good moves.
Okay, you make one human error, it's over. I mean, the thing is, you pack up all your pieces, you might as well go home. The tournament's over. I mean, and that's what, and Jim knows that, because he's a FIDE master, and anybody who reaches that level, you play a lot of tournaments, and you realize, gosh, throughout the whole series of tournaments, you make one mistake, all over, pack your bags and go home.
I guess that's a difference between chess and investing, right, Alex?
Oh, right, and investing. He loves investing because the rewards are better.
Listen, first of all, I believe that you don't learn anything by talking, only by listening. So once you do enough listening, and then you can formulate some questions which will put a light on everything what we're discussing, and I'm about to do that. Actually, I would like to ask you, it appears to me, and probably to all of us, that there is hardly any relationship between high IQ and your successes in chess, such as becoming a world champion. Some of them are considered to be autistic people with very little intelligence. Some of them have better parameters than that. A lot of grandmasters, I don't think they would score particularly high on their IQs. Now, speaking about investments, it's about the same thing. Very successful traders or investors, they have very little IQ, and they don't need one, because high IQ doesn't help in investing and in trading. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I think it depends on the circumstances, because, I mean, historically speaking, like we could say, for instance, so the 3 primary Abrahamic religions, right? So of those, Judaism was the only one where giving loans wasn't considered a sin. And so as a result, many Jewish individuals ended up dominating the banking industry. And then as a result of just like the thought processes that went along with the banking, it seemed that they also seemed to develop this kind of market increase in their verbal intelligence. And although it isn't quite necessarily causal, to me, it seems like it could be causal. And as far as I can tell, it almost seems like what you're describing are individuals who maybe they don't have IQ, but they have this kind of nervous system where maybe they don't like deal out with the logic in their brains, but their right brain hemispheres, meaning their nervous systems, the unconscious part, the things that are just like they see everything as whole is already finished, maybe their feeling changes. And as far as I can tell, I mean, that's still part of an IQ score. It's just the part of an IQ score that contributes to everything that you do based on how you perceive stimuli. So it kind of, personally, I would think that you would be a better trader if you had a higher IQ. But at the same time, I mean, I've read evidence that has shown that once your IQ is above a certain point, you might have a higher likelihood of like maxing out your credit cards, which who knows what the reasons would be for that. Maybe it would be good reasons. Maybe it would be, you know, that a person sees opportunities, or maybe it would be that the person thinks it doesn't matter because they have some kind of backup plan. But
the only good reason I would think to max on your credit card is if you have intentions not to pay. And it makes a lot of sense. But if you are of a mind that, well, I have to pay all the late charges and interest and everything else, it's a loser's propositions to begin with. However, let's go a little bit further than that. I have this Saturday, as I said before, I have a show, Chess, Arts, and Investments. Okay, so we covered a little bit of chess and a little bit of investments. What about arts? Does high IQ help arts?
So that is a very good question. This is something that people have researched so much, especially because something you'll find is that a lot of the people who are just vehemently against intelligence testing, oftentimes they will be really deep into the art culture, which is really interesting. So it actually seems that there's a certain kind of artistic ability that is actually strengthened by not necessarily being extremely intelligent. That doesn't mean being, you know, so debilitated that you can't quite create the thing at all. But basically, like, I believe Andy Warhol had a low IQ, and he always just drew the same things, right? Like, he would just paint like cans and things, but he still would look at it from various perspectives. And so it's kind of, it depends on what kind of artwork you're describing, I guess, would be the best way to answer that. Because there are some pieces of art where it's almost that the nature of the beauty only exists in inferred logical relationships based upon what you're seeing. And for those people, you know, it could be that their IQ is the reason they're able to create art. But then there are some people that they're just really great at like making curves, and they can just make a curve, and then they'll just have this kind of sense, like maybe this would be another great curve, and maybe this curve inside of that one, and this one inside of that one. And it could actually be their lack of intellectual or logical restrictions that enable them to create such things. In some ways, another way to think of it is like this. So people who have extremely strong abilities to visualize things in their minds might not actually be as good at drawing those things out as someone who can't visualize the thing as well. And the reason could be just as simple as the fact that the person visualizing it isn't as good at putting it in the real world. But yeah, as a result, so there is a relationship between creativity and intelligence. And the way you can measure this would be in terms of, because it's like, well, what does creativity mean? So we have to put a bit of a, you know, structure on that. You could measure creativity in terms of saying, okay, I'm going to give you a random proposition and circumstance. I want you to give me as many possible uses for this random object as you can in this amount of time. And then what you can do is you can get those, and then you can rank order them based on how useful they are versus how expected they are. And if you get a result that is basically highly unexpected but is extremely useful, then that would be considered extremely creative, because it's like, you know, they've accomplished the task in a way that we didn't quite intend. That's like creativity. So in that sense, people with higher IQs, they'll be able to like move through these different possibilities. And another one, if you were to think of patents, people with high IQs will create more patents. So if you were to say that like creativity goes into that, which, you know, it's arguable. So it kind of depends on what a person means by creativity. But in some senses, it's like IQ is like that force that brings together certain conceptions and constructions of understanding, and then those can actually be what the art is predicated on. So based on the degrees of disconnect between the art and those logical connections, that can determine how relevant IQ actually is. Meaning if there are many degrees of separation, then, you know, it might not be relevant whatsoever, because it's like, even if you had a 1000 IQ down here, 100 degrees later, it's like it'll look like it was a 1 IQ or, you know, whatever. And that's why some people will get rich by putting a dot on a screen.
So tell me, a very short question and very direct question. I would like to know your opinion. Who's, in your opinion, had higher IQ, Picasso or Bryullov, who wrote the well-known famous painting, The Last Day of Pompeii?
When you look at The Last Day of Pompeii.
See, the computer knows
So
the
I
answer
would
to that
guess,
question. Because see, here's the problem. Julian is obsolete because the internet knows everything. So it's just
Google
like
whatever.
chess is dead.
Well, you know, Einstein said
I'm just as
once.
smart as Julian.
Yeah, see, wait a minute. I got Alexa over here. Let me bring Alexa in.
Well, you know,
Hey,
it's like
Alexa,
Einstein. Hey, what is it,
Alexa,
Ankit?
you're going to replace Julian, right? Yeah, of course.
I would say the artist of the Last Day of Pompeii is smarter because they have historical inclinations. What would you say, Ankit?
So what I wanted to know that I mean, a lot of people they have basic IQs or maybe under IQs or whatever it is, but everyone wants to have those people with good IQs. I mean, nearby so that they, whenever they are in a trouble, they can ask questions. So now, if I don't have anyone and I want to buy Alexa or Siri or Google, can I check the IQs of the bots in future so that I would buy the right bot with a good IQ?
That's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
One of the major drives behind artificial intelligence research has been creating what's called artificial general intelligence. And general intelligence is IQ. So as we're racing towards this singularity point, the singularity will be the point whenever artificial intelligence, matches or exceeds humanity. Basically, that would basically be whenever this artificial G comes into play. Then yes, you will definitely be able to see this. It will be just like a type of processing speed rating, you'll get on like your computer for any other random thing. Yeah, it's a really interesting question. And if there were quantum computers, then, it would go, of course, to like a completely different level. And recently they were able to, they were able to expand the rate of an AI by like 1,000 by using photons instead of electrons. And that's not even quantum yet, Yeah. So eventually that will be the case, but it'll still be so fast it might not even matter. Like it'll be to the point where it's like, IQ 130 plus combined with the entire record of all human knowledge can answer anything, for instance, even if, there might be these various approaches to it. But it's a good question, and I'm sure that will be a thing.
Yeah, and actually in chess they have like Stockfish and AlphaGo, and they fight each other and they have the World Chess Computer Championship to see, and they're given ratings. So already they're fighting, and then IBM came up with Summit and Sierra, and I think Summit was the computer. I think it's in Knoxville, Tennessee, and what it does, it's really quantum computing. They added up all these computers together. They have it in North Carolina State also, and they crunched data for the solution to the coronavirus, and this is where they came up. And I told one of my doctors, quicentrin came out to be in the top 10. Ding! And it was just little pills like this, and he's used it successfully. But no one will do studies on it because guess what? There's no way you can monetize it. In other words, so what happens? All the studies on this got tossed out the door. Instead, the president of the United States said, "Why don't we just take that?"
Rakesh wants to get in.
Yeah, Rakesh, jump into the fray, Rakesh.
What is the definition of intelligence?
So that's a very good question as well. So so do you mean in terms of like the IQ sphere or even beyond what we could consider
Generally.
biology? Because there's a certain point. Okay. So there's a TED Talk that I think you would like to see. I can't remember the name of the speaker, but basically he presents a formula for intelligence. And what he says is that intelligence can be described as a thing's proclivity to maximize its future freedom. And he said the way that you can think of it is like this. Imagine that you were an alien species and you had no conception of Earth or of Earth intelligence or even of Earth biology. And you just have a huge telescope and you're peering through space. And then one day you happen to see Earth and you decide, okay, I'm going to chart this across time. And then suddenly, imagine you have an extremely long lifespan. You're able to live thousands of years. Suddenly you notice around year 2000 AD that meteors stop crashing into the surface of the planet. Now, you having no conception of Earth or earthly intelligence, you're going to be forced to construct a model that will explain why, the Earth suddenly stopped being susceptible to these asteroid impacts. And so that model actually would be the model that model is the first assessment of like the first possible degree of intelligence that can apply there. So basically you can think of it as your range of possible abilities and implementations that can be used to maximize your future freedom in terms of meeting current goals.
That's a definition.
Interesting. But I have to jump in and say that, I don't believe in this concept of you only learn by listening, because I think dialogue is the way that I learn best. And I do think that talking and asking questions is part of the learning process. And I do think that when I throw out ideas and they resonate or they don't resonate, and you have this back and forth exchange, that leads to a higher outcome for me. But I love this concept of what is intelligence, and because the second board on my chess team in high school was what finished last in our class.
Who was the first board, Jim?
Pardon me?
Who was the first board in your high school?
Pardon me?
I mean, who was the good player in your high school?
I was board one. He was
board one. Woo,
Yeah.
okay, right,
and
right.
but,
Did you play in the national high school tournaments?
well, we won the Western Mass Connecticut Valley Championship, and my school had only finished last in that tournament until I got there. My sophomore year, we finished tied for third. My junior year, we won it.
Did you ever play in the nationals? I guess that's my
The
question.
nationals, no, because in those days, getting to a national was too hard.
Yeah, right. It cost money. It was hard and all this other type of stuff. I was just curious if you played in
But
nationals.
my point is this guy was intellectually dysfunctional by all standards, and yet he was the only guy who could occasionally beat me because he was combinationally very sharp, and so his tactics were quite.
Well, I guess you go into theory of multiple intelligence, which Gardner wrote a book on. Some people don't believe it. Kevin Langdon says there's only one G-score. There's no such thing as multiple intelligence. So we're going to move it to our resident genius sitting over there. Julian, what's your thought on multiple intelligences?
So there are definitely, so first off, there can be multiple intelligences and they could still all converge on G, right? Especially if we have like a multifactorial structure whenever it comes to these things, and I mean, that's definitely the case. Like you could say that a person's, proclivity with language is going to correlate more with their verbal IQ than with their general IQ, even if their verbal IQ will correlate rather well with their general IQ. So there are multiple intelligences, but there aren't really any that are disconnected from this structure of G, unless you're getting into forms of intelligence that aren't you anymore. For instance, there are some things that your body will know how to breathe on its own. Can we really give you IQ points for, being able to keep your body breathing? Maybe not. It's kind of like something that you just get for free. So whenever it comes to these multiple intelligences, it's kind of complicated because one of the things to keep in mind is that all of these different types of intelligence appear on actual IQ tests. So the visual spatial intelligence, right? The mathematical, logical, spatial intelligence, music. There are even tests of musical intelligence where not only, if a person has perfect pitch or not, but there are also people who have stronger abilities to detect patterns in music audially and to convert these patterns into shapes. And so that can be a type of test. And so these things that have to do with, the different types of intelligence. So again, it kind of gets into what is intelligence? What is human intelligence? And this whole thing of what is intelligence versus what is human intelligence is kind of what I was getting at with the planet situation. Right. But whenever it comes to human intelligence, then we kind of get into the situation where it's okay, if we were to consider something as possibly being a candidate for serving as a measure of human intelligence, at what point does it become so centralized that it actually is something you should expect all humans to be able to do decently? And so, that's a really important question because intelligence evolved according to environmental constraints. So what this means is that if there is a new environmental constraint that is introduced and that this will lead to new changes, that new types of skills will develop. And then assuming that, you were to continue to live in that area and your descendants were to live there, the skills necessary to survive there, they would start as just being nothing more than, just moving your hands and like that. But slowly they would become encoded into your DNA epigenetically, where eventually your children would be better at the things related to the skills you're practicing now without any practice on their part. So again, so when it comes to the multiple intelligences, I think that they're just part of G factor for the most part. There are a few things that are slightly different. So EQ, I do think EQ is real. I didn't for a while, but it was only because I hadn't read any studies on it. I was able to find studies that did say there appears to be something here. So I'm okay, there appears to be something there. But the thing with EQ is that it's usually just used as a bit of a spiteful weapon against IQ. And the fact that it's used as a spiteful weapon is actually signs of low EQ. So what ends up happening is that people will they'll basically have a chip on their shoulder, and then maybe they'll be on like an online forum and they'll see somebody talk about, like, someone will make a post about IQ. This person will be like, oh yeah, my IQ is above 160. And then someone will just lose their mind and they'll be like, oh yeah, well, I bet that, you don't have any friends and that you have no EQ, and just like saying all these terrible, mean things to them. They'll be like, you should have a high EQ like me. And, that people don't realize that there are a few things. First off, EQ is actually learnable because it's based on social rules, and those social rules will change based on where you live. So there are a few things that go into it, but also your ability to learn EQ rules will be based on your IQ. So like what you can say is like, okay, maybe a person's EQ according to how they were socialized by their mom will be rather good. But if you were to then take that individual and then drop them in a completely different culture they have no familiarity with, suddenly their ability to adapt to EQ, to remain even close to where they were on EQ, could be dependent on their IQ. So there are certain times in which, like IQ can actually determine the EQ, and even vice versa. Like if you're nervous taking an IQ test, your EQ might be what calms you down so that you can perform better. So, and it's like, so even they are tangled up in some interesting ways, although they are still separate in other interesting ways.
So, Julian, can we manipulate the IQ test with some additional tools during this era? Because right now we have a lot of technologies, and we have all the mobile phones and bots and all those things. But before, like 15, 20 years back, there was no technology. And that time also, people are genius. So what are the difference between the era, and can we manipulate the IQ test now?
You see, that's a very good question, because so what I was describing before about how evolution basically sculpts the landscape of what will be, I guess you could say, a valid skill or an invalid ability. And then those things will ultimately determine intelligence. So in many ways, technology is making us stupider by removing our needs to maintain a working memory bank.
Yes.
Because in the same way that I could just be like, oh, I don't really like, I happen to not be an art historian. So even if I, was interested in those things, maybe I wouldn't quite know about that painting from earlier. But just in the same way that I was like, oh, I'll just Google that, people will eventually reach a point where they'll be like, oh, let me just defer this question to the hive mind. For instance, imagine if every possible question was able to be written out in terms of prime numbers. Eventually, you could just have like a giant reference book where every possible answer would be a product of prime numbers. So then it's like nobody will have to think anymore. They can just like go and look at the prime number like reference. And so it's almost like this theoretical circumstance where no one actually has to think. They only have to be able to recognize and read. And that's kind of like why we have this disconnect between what's called GF and GC. And GF is considered fluid intelligence. GC is considered crystallized intelligence. Crystallized intelligence pertains to acquired knowledge that you've built up over time. Fluid intelligence is your ability to just like perceive something new and just to find patterns on the fly. So usually whenever you see an IQ test that just has like, the like pictures, fill in the missing square, those will usually just be for fluid intelligence. But whenever it comes to how technology impacts us, so not only can it kind of reduce some of the underlying faculties related to fluid intelligence, it can also just reduce our dependency on GC at all by just basically centralizing all of that too. So all in all, it's like it can definitely influence it by lowering it. So how can we influence it by raising it? And that's a really good question too. So the game Tetris has been shown to increase gray matter, cortical gray matter. And
I love that.
So Tetris is amazing. I love that game too. I play it every day. Yeah, I love that game so much. After I read that, what I started doing was whenever I was on the way to like class or work or whatever, I would just play Tetris on my phone, and I would use that as a means of gauging my faculties for the day. For instance, if I was doing rather well, I'd be like, okay, maybe I should, I should feel more confident and ask all the questions that come to mind. If I was doing rather poorly, I'd think, okay, if I have a question, maybe I should just Google it instead of, raising my hand and externalizing that stupidity. So yeah,
that sounds like that. EQ to me.
My EQ isn't too bad. And the thing about EQ is like I'm trying to improve it. So as I get older, hopefully it will just continue to rise. But we'll see. I have my days, I guess.
Julian, I have to tell you that when you answer a question by saying that's a very good question, that's high EQ.
Oh, well, good. On the other hand, some people will actually think that it's pretentious. I found that out the hard way recently. Yeah.
But when you were talking about GF, do we think naturally that that's intuition? Is that fluid intelligence? What we call intuition?
No, what we usually consider intuition is kind of like wisdom, which is it's related in a way, but wisdom is kind of like fluid intelligence. It's like this, okay? So fluid intelligence is like you're using you could consider your conscious instrument on some stimuli. What I consider what you described is whenever you pull something from memory and then you treat that as the stimulus and then you apply your instrument to that. So it's kind of like wisdom. It's kind of like the culmination of the two in a sense. So it is related. It's definitely related for sure.
Yeah.
But again, all these things are kind of related. That's what's really mind-boggling about all of this research and all of these findings is that basically it turns out that it's easier for nature to just converge on one factor and then to only worry about building that one factor. Apparently, it's actually more difficult for nature to try and build individuals where they have all of these different factors just because of, like I said, with the statistics, like the likelihood of being maxed out in all of these factors extremely low compared to being rather good in just one factor that can then spread to the others. So yeah,
Well, gee, if people think that you're pompous, I think they have low IQ.
I guess it depends, sometimes, like, especially depending on like the forums that I'll go into, because there are times where the only way that you can actually get around the emotional biases that people will hide their true viewpoints behind is to enrage them, because only once they become so furious will they forget that they're wearing a mask. And sometimes that's necessary, but I definitely don't try to, like, whenever someone says something, I always do try to actually be interested. I do try to, like, whenever someone says a thing to me, I generally will visualize it in some sense. So yeah, I try to get involved with it, but it's like I learned at a young age, they say no one likes to know it all. So that's why, like Alex was saying, it's much better to just listen than to speak and have people turn against you and then eventually lower your shares. So I'm sure that's exactly what he meant.
I will still defend my position, but that's beside the point. Nobody cares about my position anyway.
No, I agree with your position.
Oh, you do, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have one follow-up question on everything what I've asked you before. I'd like to ask you if, because we discussed chess arts investment, that's we've done that. One more area, music. And I would like to separate right away classical music, popular music, jazz music. Just each one of three, almost as they're separate, which is not, but in a way they are.
Oh no, they are.
Yeah,
they are separate.
So,
yes.
So let me pinpoint about the application of high IQ to each of the three areas. I'd like to know your opinion.
Yeah, sure thing. So, okay, yeah. So if I was to share mine, so it's been shown that classical music is actually good for the brain. And if you listen to classical music, it seems they can give you a bit of a short-term memory boost, meaning that because classical music is built on rather intricate winding pathways of sound, and we are built to receive those, by tuning ourselves into that and just getting our bodies used to detecting those winding pathways, we might become, it's almost like exercising our ability to expand our scope. So in that sense, classical music is good for the brain. So jazz music is, I would consider it to be similar to classical in that regard, although maybe with a bit less of a requirement on just trying to expand the boundaries. And with jazz music, there's also more of an introduction, again, of that emotional piece, of that piece of bringing in the historical pain, especially maybe the trauma of the past. The thing with trauma, like any stress reduces IQ without a doubt. Although there are times whenever being in a stressful situation might make you perform better because it'll tell you to get serious. But once you reach a certain point, maybe with negative emotions, maybe these things will begin to occupy your resources and to distract. And so jazz would probably be a bit less effective at that than classical. And then modern music I would consider to be the least effective at all, because not only do they have extremely repetitive sound patterns, they'll also be in extremely small chunks, meaning that it doesn't really require much of an ear to even absorb these things. And of course, they'll be based on, let's be honest, the things that you hear on the radio are most likely to just be driven by the social capitalistic desires. Basically, it's going to say, like, go make more bodies so that we can, generate more taxes, or go commit crimes. That way, like, we put you in prison and we'll actually generate some taxes.
Very simple, I love you, baby, or something like this. That's also, it doesn't appeal to high IQ, I guess. But my question was a little bit different. I mean, I appreciate your observations, but in which way high IQ helps to create music,
to create,
popular, classical, and become a profound interpreter of music. Although we must agree that, okay, the clear division between composing music and interpretation of music, it's an area of classical music, of course, because in jazz, the interpreter of music more often than not is composer of music and improvisator at the same time. Okay, so there's no clear division as in classical music. And finally, in popular music, well, you know what? We can skip popular music for now, okay?
Well, no, it's a really good question. I do want to discuss the popular music, maybe more than the jazz, just because not only have I experienced more of that, but there are a few interesting points to be made. So whenever it comes to creating the music, I could apply some of the same points I was saying in that the one creating the classical music, they will likely have a wider tray, a mental tray, so to speak, within which they can fit these different shapes of different size and shape, and so those things will, contribute to that. So I would assume again that having the higher IQ will be conducive to being musically enabled, but it's not completely necessary. But whenever it comes to interpretation, so this kind of it gets into the realm of what you consider to be a valid interpretation, because there are the logical interpretations of things, and there are also, you can consider them just like the humanistic interpretations, the heuristic interpretations, emotional, etc. And so in terms of these things, you could actually have a case where a person with very low IQ, just like the case where some artists might be better if they have lower IQ, an interpreter with a lower IQ might be able to actually give you a more accurate representation of how the music landed upon their particular nervous system, even if all they do is, just like verbalize some gestures or, like content or discontent or whatever. So I would say that the higher the IQ, the easier it is to make it. Now, what's interesting, this is what I wanted to bring up with the popular music, is that people with really high IQs, if they also have high EQs, these are the people that will become like cult leaders of types. And they're not necessarily going to be cult leaders in a negative sense. For instance, take the rapper Lil Wayne. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he's this really famous and successful rapper. He is a brilliant person. He was in gifted programs as a student. Nobody would ever guess this because he built his entire career off of being a gangster rapper with metaphors that the world had never seen before. And so that was how he rose to the top. And so his music probably makes people stupider, but he wrote it and he built his empire because he's brilliant. And it's in many ways, it's kind of like Eminem. Like Eminem failed ninth grade, I think, 3 times. And he eventually just quit school. And then he went on to become what could be considered a major literary contributor of sorts. And so, yeah, so these things are interesting. Whenever it comes to jazz, mainly what I would note with jazz is that jazz seems to be it's almost clustered into certain environments that are generally peaceful, or environments that seem to be affiliated with certain periods of transition in history related to, I guess, the Roaring 20s or something like this. And those times were also really based on this whole idea of we can do it. Like we can find the answers, we can build the city, we can, like eventually it became we can basically conquer the world for oil or whatever. But yeah, so to that effect, I would say the higher the IQ, the more complex the music can be, not necessarily like the more intelligent it will make the listener.
Speaking about jazz, remember that the jazz came out of classical music via ragtime. You see, when the classical music slowly started to reach its end, which we are talking about probably beginning of 20th century. And that's where interpretation of classical music started to become on the first plan. Because if you remember in the times of Bach, when he composed his greatest music, the interpretations were almost always was done by amateurs in his church choir or some public concerts or so, mostly amateurs. Now, when the classical music finally reached its end about a century ago, then interpretation of music, which was already created in the last 300 years, became on the forefront, especially lately when there is so much recording technique and recreating technique, all kind of different developments, demanded that there will be artists of a first time, and if you can see it's evidence in in a symphony orchestra, violinist, great pianist, and so on, as there is a demand on great interpretations, because there is no more demand on a new great classical music. It's impossible to create. Interpretation now became just as important as the classical music itself. Now, in jazz, we have a happier situation that the creation of new jazz and the interpreters mostly are the same people. So it's natural for them to compose a new music and interpret at the same time. So there's much more correlation. And now, it's my opinion. You can ignore it for all reasons. In my opinion, rap doesn't even belong to a music at all. It's an art. It's a popular art, important art with a great following, but it just doesn't fit into any musical parameters. It has none. And maybe it's even close to poetry. You may say
Yes.
that this is a poetry using some musical sounds to so one makes interpretation of poetry. Someone just speaks like I do now, but some you can say, I would like to speak now. But actually, I have much more melody in what I just said than rap music anyway.
Right.
Okay, that's my observation. So would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, I would. And I would actually point out that so this same tendency that led the jazz musicians to both create and interpret will also be conducive to intelligence, because I think that a lot of this interpretation, not only is it symbolic and representative of, other ideas that they'll be pulling in, but because these things do have, I guess you could almost call them historical contexts, I think that just, the awareness that comes along with knowledge of the past will also lead to more thought. So I think that, yeah, you're definitely right about that.
And I think the highest IQ probably belongs to people on a borderline between jazz and classical music. If you know this French interpreters of Bach music in jazz styles or so on, they must have pretty high IQ, in my opinion, or at least musical IQ, if there is something like that, because they would have to know very well classical music and its meaning and where to interpret it. And at the same time, they have to be very skillful in jazz, which they are.
Well,
Like
one thing I can add to this
so.
is not only from the jazz perspective, but also what I've learned from Zach, one of our funk masters has his own show on IBM TV. But sometimes these musicians can come together and they've not rehearsed, and they can play a great show together, and they're improvising off of one another. And what I think is that's a combination of IQ and EQ.
Yes, for sure.
They are definitely picking up off the vibes up from each other. And that
could even be SQ. So I don't know much about SQ, but there is this thing that seems to be like a kind of social intelligence, which is slightly different, it seems, from like emotional intelligence and from general intelligence. So yeah, maybe that could have something to do with SQ, I wonder. That's a really interesting kind of proposition, because just because everyone is doing it in unison, you know what I mean?
Right.
And just, I guess you could say, if one person, I almost imagine changes that would come in those things. Like if everybody was to form a line, a change will be like a wave that will just like move through like that. And so it almost does seem like this kind of unified group awareness.
Yes. It seems
so
to me
Julian,
yeah. Go ahead, Ankit.
So Julian, when we talk about intelligence and when we talk about music and all, so where do you rate humor and common sense? Because whenever you do talk about social, and when we talk about, suppose we are talking on the panelist right now. So after listening to you, we are coming up with a lot of questions. So that must be a EQ, but that must be a common sense based on what Sasha or what Jim or what Julian is saying, and then based on that, we are getting a lot of replies instantly, and we call that social question. But there must be some kind of humor or some kind of common sense also a part of something called intelligence. What do you think about that?
Can you rephrase the question?
So what I'm saying is that there's a concept called humor and common sense. When you talk to someone else, people with great humor and great common sense, they come out with a lot of questions while talking to the person, because they are thinking and they're listening to you as well. So where do you read that question?
So you're asking what force is it that leads someone to have many questions?
Yeah, and also do you have some kind of rating or some kind of addition in the intelligence portion, that if someone with a great humor or a great common sense, they also have great EQ as well?
Yeah, so that is a thing. So the first thing that comes to mind, so there's this thing called the Big Five personality. So this is basically the most standard, and I guess you could say one of the most validated personality systems. And there's this one measure called openness to experience. And so openness to experience turns out to be the one that's the most highly correlated with IQ, but it's actually a sub-factor of that, which is called intellect, that seems to be related. And the way that they test it is whenever you're taking this personality test, it'll say things like, I usually have a long and flowing vocabulary, or like I speak in terms of metaphors and things like this. And so whenever people do this, it becomes likely that they have what's called a high level of openness to experience. And so whenever you have this, pretty much whenever you hear something, it's going to lead you to question and to think of other things that might possibly be related and to remember things that are related. And then there's another construct that was proposed by this guy named Paul Koymans, who is a psychometrician, and he makes a lot of like high range IQ tests that are designed for measuring basically a lot higher levels than the usual. He said there's something called the associative limit or the associative horizon, which is basically like a person's you could almost consider it the range at which they can see things that relate to any specific thing that they're looking at. And so people that are really good comedians, oftentimes what will happen is that they'll have like a large associative limit, or they'll have a lot of openness to experience. And then they'll also have the ability to explain what they're seeing in terms of a succinct pattern. And that's what like becomes really funny, is whenever it seems like they're explaining these things that should be unknown because they're cross-contextual in the same succinct pattern. And that's what like leads something to be unexpected, right? Is like if it doesn't quite fit to that pattern. And so it's almost like you know that the that it's there based on what's not there in a weird sense. But yeah, so basically the higher the IQ, in some senses, it's going to also imply that there will be more openness to experience. And if there's more openness to experience, these are going to be people who like it's not going to take them as long to get a joke, for instance, because they're more open. So like whenever you say it, they're just going to hear it. And whenever it hits them, especially if they have a large associative horizon, they'll just see what it means really quickly, and they'll just start laughing really hard. Or maybe you'll speak to them and they'll say something that almost seems unrelated.
Yeah.
And in a way, this is just my opinion, but I would think you could almost measure a person's openness to experience just based on their creativity, in the form of whenever they ask you a weird question that turns out to be related somehow. And like the more unrelated it seems to be, and then the more related it actually is, you could almost use that as like a measure, because it's like, oh, you're right, you saw something I wasn't thinking of there.
But
so
that's not
yeah, I would think
acceptable. That's not socially acceptable to ask those weird questions. At least
true, which is a problem.
That's been my experience anyway.
Yes, it is that way. In fact, part of the problem is the fact that people don't really know about giftedness. They don't know about the fact that like every person that you meet might just see the world differently. Like, for instance, my little brother, he can just remember like 13 digits backwards if you just say them to him once. So he has like an extremely like ridiculously high short-term memory capacity. And as a result, he's gotten to like top 30 players in the world at this Dragon Ball Z fighting video game that he plays. And it's like whenever I give him like pattern recognition tests, the rest of his IQ doesn't really seem to be on the same level. But in terms of his working memory, it's like it gives him this huge, like, it's almost like he has a keyboard where the keyboard is like gigantic with all these things that he can do, but he can see the entire keyboard at once.
Right.
And it's not like he just forgets about it. So yeah, so in that regard, it's like people don't realize that there are these differences between people. Like my little brother, he didn't do too well in school. So, you know, I ended up having to write an angry letter to my school actually discussing that. Like basically I was just asking what the heck. It wasn't until he was basically already getting into some disciplinary trouble as a result of his differences and his own internal, you know, strife and turmoil and just the struggles of adolescence, so to speak. I was just asking the guy, like, what the heck? You're going to wait until, you know, like some judicial enforcement requires us to figure out his capacity? That should be unacceptable. And the fact that this happens is because there isn't that level of awareness. And it should be the case. Teachers need to know about giftedness. Teachers need to know, like, 1 out of 50 students, that means that you're going to have one like at least every 2 years. If you're lucky, you might even have a couple in the same year. And they're just going to be in there, and they're going to be extremely different from other people. It's going to be the same. They're going to be as different from all the other students as someone in, like the special education classroom is different from those students, but it'll be invisible. And it's like the types of things that this can lead to. It can just lead to so much. I'm sure you already know. It can lead to so much resentment and confusion. And especially when the gifted individual doesn't know that they're different in that particular way, they might start attributing that difference to things that are much more likely to be thrown at them as insults.
Yes.
And so that's
And
when it just becomes catastrophic.
You think it must be me. It must
Right.
be, I'm the weirdo. I don't fit in. And so it's something wrong with me.
Right. And then you portray that, like, so once you think that, it'll also become evident even in like your posture, even in your speech patterns. And then because people don't have this awareness, they're going to pick up on that, and then they're going to make it worse. So then your teachers, because your teachers know, oh, this is just some like nervous kid who doesn't like speaking, and whenever people try to talk to him, he gets all nervous, they're just going to start treating that kid a bit worse than they would treat the kid who might actually have a lot less potential, but just because they make the teacher's job a bit easier, the teacher is going to respond more appropriately, I guess you could say, towards, a more typical student.
Did they ever make you sit in the back corner in the class?
So, no, luckily that didn't happen. So what I did, honestly, was I just looked out the window. Like, I reached a certain point where I just stopped paying attention, and so eventually I just started like writing like poetry or rhymes or lyrics or whatever I was getting obsessed with. And I would do nothing but just write that all day. And then in the last few minutes of every class, I would look over at my friend who was sitting beside me, and I'd be like, okay, what did I miss? And then basically he would just explain everything that had happened over the last 3 hours in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so it was like, okay, great. And yeah, it was kind of problematic because in school, you notice that there are differences between yourself and others, but you're not quite sure what to make of it because it almost seems like it's something that you can tell that you're the one who has something kind of strange. And it's something that appears to be helpful in certain circumstances, but you haven't been taught to think of it as helpful. And in fact, depending on like if you truly choose to express yourself, you might just have like a bunch of mean girls basically just raining on you and being like, oh, nobody likes to know it all. You know what I mean? And then that'll just make the person feel even worse. And then they'll definitely stop participating. But yeah, and it gets bad. And there's a lot more that goes into it. There are some things that people don't really know whenever it comes to the dark side of giftedness, because all everybody ever wants to do is look at like, okay, we can exploit this person for, their standardized test scores. 5 years later, okay, we can exploit these people for their SAT scores. 5 years later, okay, we can exploit these people for their inventions, right? And then now we live in this kind of society where people call Bill Gates the Antichrist on their Windows PCs. That's what it is. It's literally exploitation of the gifted so that other people can hopefully like try to match the same level with all of these tools that are put out by the gifted. But then they just want to throw the gifted aside. Basically, they want the gifted to prove that magic exists so that they can throw us onto the stake and call us witches. And I would not be surprised if a large percentage of the Salem witch trials were actually exacted upon gifted individuals, maybe even people who had Aspergoid symptoms. People who weren't so good at communicating with their fellow villagers, maybe they would just go and like build a tower outside the village and focus on their weird kooky devices and alchemy. They're going to get rage mobbed. And it hasn't really changed too much inside the hearts of men. Luckily, we have a structural society that contains these things, but human beings are still the same as we were, like 200,000 years ago or so.
And I also think that,
can you see the private chat on your right, on the screen?
What was that?
The private chat on the right of.
Oh yes, let me see.
I wrote you a message. Could you maybe you can read it aloud?
John Francis Oscar. Oh, okay.
He was a great Canadian composer and pianist. Absolutely, the person extraordinary. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2007. I was wondering if you may list him as.
We might be related. So my grandfather apparently had a bit of a falling out with his own immediate relatives, and so there was a bit of a disconnect. My ancestors and relatives are originally from Canada, and then slowly they migrated south over time. Eventually, they actually founded on the way a town in Wisconsin, which is just, it has our last name. It's called Arpin, Wisconsin. I think there are around 300 people there. So, but yeah, by the time they settled in the state of Arkansas, which is where I hail from, you know, the connections with the old family members had worn so thin that I would assume that we're related, but there's no way that I would have ever met this person. Well, I know you said they passed away years ago anyways, but
Yeah, in 2000.
they were still even same story.
Just fantastic.
Question on IBM TV. I would like to introduce all our panelists. So we have Julian Arpin, one of the genius and highest IQ person in the world right now. We have Jim Aid from California. He does Chess Without Borders on Tuesdays. And then we have Alexander Starr. He does a couple of shows, and he's a part of IBM family since almost a year or so. And Alexandra do modern investing with Sasha. So where's the Chess Stars on Sasha Star, which happens on Saturday. We have bro Michael from Nigeria, and he do a show with us on Friday, Mind Closet 101, produced from Nigeria. And then we have Ben Coates from the Great Britain, and Ben and me still have to work out a show basically, but Ben is a part of our family on IBM TV from Great Britain. And then we have Sharif from Malaysia. He's a PhD scholar, and we're also working a show with Sharif, so maybe happening sometime soon. So that's the panelists we have. And Julian, I would like to know something that do we have a database, kind of an IQ database from people around the world, that we have so many good IQ people in medical industry and so as in IT industry or maybe different industries? Is there any database which we can track on, or we can refer to?
Very good question. So I know that members of Mensa, so when you're a Mensa member, you're able to go and I believe check the database for other fellow Mensa members. So I know for a fact you'll probably be able to find some names there. However, I'm not sure if there's a service that's specifically dedicated to saying like, oh, you want to use a doctor? Well, there's a smart doctor over there. You should go there. That's actually a great idea for a business. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, you should make that. I'll help.
And why I asked you this question is that right now we are all suffering from pandemic. So I wanted to know the people from medical industry with great IQ, that how far we are from the corona vaccine.
Okay, so I'm not in the medical industry, but I mean, I do know a few people. I know this one lady who she has an IQ above 180, and she is a doctor, and she's always sharing things related to the coronavirus and the progress that we're making. It seems like we're pretty good in terms of getting a vaccine out to the people, and at some point in the next 3 months. Haven't there been like a lot of advancements from Oxford University with that? Did you guys see anything about that?
Sure.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll go through.
Hi, Julian. How are you? Good to
Hey,
meet you.
doing well.
Yeah, good talk. Yes, there has been a lot of advances from Oxford University, and the race is on to order the vaccine. Which, of course, now the unfortunate thing is that they've come up with a vaccine, which is fantastic. It now becomes a commercialisation thing. So that's the problem we've got, and we've placed orders of 90 million. The UK have to jump the queue. Whether that's going to benefit the majority that have COVID, or whether it's, nobody will know. But one interesting thing I personally like to ask you is, what's your mindset been like during lockdown?
Oh, my mindset pertaining to the pandemic?
Yeah.
So, so whenever it first began, I kind of saw little signs of it on the internet, and I mentioned it to my boss. So I'm a software developer, and so I basically, I'll be on the internet sometimes reading the news at work. And so I mentioned these things to my boss, and they became increasingly worrisome, at least to me. But to him, they didn't quite seem at that point yet. And it's not that he was, like anti-science or anything like that, but it hadn't quite reached that point at the global forefront. Finally, the day before it was declared a global pandemic, I just saw some numbers that really floored me. And so I contacted my boss. I'm just like, hey, please let me work from home. Please let everyone else work from home. This is really bad. It's about to get really bad. And he was at least, compassionate enough to be like, you know what, Julian, you can work from home. And he was like, you can work from home and you can return whenever you think it's safe again. I was like, thank you so much. And in some ways I kind of felt silly, but I felt like just based on the objective evidence that I'd seen that it was warranted. And then the very next day it was declared a global pandemic, and then everybody was mandated to work from home. So I was aware of it from the beginning, and I was able to jump the gun a bit and stay home and stay healthy. And other than that, at first I was overly cautious just as I was waiting to see how everything unfolded. I wanted to see, okay, we need to see how it starts to spread, and then based on how quickly it spreads, that'll tell me how comfortable I really can be when it comes to interacting with others, you know? So at first I was a bit over the top whenever it came to being, I guess you could say, COVID free. Like whenever I got anything, I would have it delivered, and then I would have it put in the trunk of my car, and then I would have it like just left there for days. I would only order things that I could leave in my trunk for 3 days. And I was careful about it. I just tried to avoid going outside much. In fact, my hair was extremely long yesterday. And Ankit saw yesterday before my haircut. I decided to use it as an excuse just to see what my longer hair would be like, because I'd never had long hair before. So I was like, hey, why not? I'll let it grow out, you know, because it's not like there will be many eyes on it. So I had that. It was fairly difficult emotionally to deal with, I guess, like the initial fears. It was kind of diluted by just all the political turmoil that's taking place in the United States, particularly in lieu of like George Floyd and what happened with him and that horrific mess. And so that became so terrible. I mean, it made the situation worse as a whole, but eventually it kind of just detracted and distracted from the entire COVID situation. And I mean, that seems to be the case when we look on the news and we see like, 10,000 people marching down the street, just like basically elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder. And it's the same people that were saying like, you're not allowed to go outside. And man, whenever I see these things, basically so there is an interesting positive that came from this. Okay. And that's this. So since 2017, I've tried speaking on these points on, raising awareness of giftedness and on these things like psychometrics and just the structure of society, how IQ can even lead to class division. And I've tried speaking on these things in many areas, on many forums, and usually there's a certain level of resistance to the receptivity to these ideas. And what ended up happening as a result of the COVID situation, maybe this is a silver lining in a dark cloud, I'm not sure, but basically people were forced to admit, like, wait a second. So first, I said this before any studies were done. I called it because it just makes sense. Like evolutionarily, statistically, I said people who have lower IQs are more likely to be spreading the COVID virus because they're not going to be able to detect situations where basically they're not going to think, oh, there's a random person and he's wearing these shoes that indicate he probably just got off the plane. Maybe I shouldn't talk to that guy. Like they're just not going to think this, you know what I mean? And so yeah, eventually that was proven to be the case. And so now it actually has slightly shifted the opinion on the internet of people related to intelligence altogether. Now people are more accepting of intelligence differences because they have these clear icons of the intelligent individual, you could consider it, the individual on the moral high ground, pro-science. It might be like liberal as of right now. And then we have the image of like what is bad. And as of right now, it appears to be anti-science, which is like IQ in parentheses, and like Trump supporter type ideology. So as a result, all of this, pandemic hoi polloi has actually led people to be more serious about intelligence differences between others. And this will be the case anytime there is a major threat to survival. Whenever your survival is threatened, that's when you become aware of the things that can threaten your survival and the things that can, maybe represent some hope of getting away from the threat altogether. So,
which is what your definition of intelligence was.
So again, there are so many different types of things that can go into it. We can look at it roughly as saying it could be considered your ability to navigate between the range of all possible responses to a scenario in order to bring it to an end that both serves you and serves maximizing your future freedom. So it seems maximizing future freedom seems to be the overall goal of intelligence, I guess.
That's right. And also, I wanted to ask you about, we have one of our founding principles in America was anti-intellectualism. And I believe that has been a characteristic of a lot of our politics. Obama was disliked because he was thought to be talking down to people, because he was articulate, he was eloquent as a speaker. And so there is a distrust of intelligence built into the American character.
Right. Well, it's actually so. Yeah, I mean, there are so many layers in this. I would say that the distrust of intelligence, so it is slightly built into the American character, but it's kind of there are a few nuances because the people that built America probably were gifted themselves.
Absolutely.
And that's probably part of the reason why they were like so upset about the things they were seeing, that they were led to make certain changes. So again, it's like you get this situation that I was describing where people want to use Bill Gates's machines to call him the Antichrist, you know, or anything that you could stuff. But yeah, it seems that way to me. It seems that gifted people probably made the modern societies that we're interacting in, but because it wasn't quite clarified exactly, you know, I guess you could say the role that giftedness plays. Really, giftedness isn't even that important until you achieve a modern society. And the point's been made by some people, like if you're just, you know, in a village, right, like your IQ is 150, you're still just going to be like breaking and, you know, like harvesting the world like everyone else. And it's not really going to be that slightly improved alterations or outcomes, but only now in our modern society does it make as much of a difference as it really seems to. So in some ways, I think this anti-intellectualism could technically be maybe. So I think that there's the structure of the society, and I think there's the anti-intellectualism within that. I think the anti-intellectualism is part of the framework of human being that the structure of society protects and encourages. So I think that it's more that the structure of society encourages anti-intellectualism by some like tragic accident in some way.
That's very interesting.
So, Julian, would you suggest that before elections we should check the IQ of the candidates and then based on that we can vote?
Well, actually, I would say that, yes. But the thing is, 70% of elections can be predicted just based on who the people consider more attractive. So it turns out simply who is more attractive, they're going to win like 70% of the time. So that kind of begs the question, well, would having a high IQ be attractive? Even if, because the thing is like having a high IQ, and there's a lot that goes into it. It's like they might be able to solve the questions, but if the people think that it's going to make them harder to communicate with, which would make them uglier, maybe they'll think it's bad. But if the person's look is based on this whole idea of like, yeah, like I am, you know, like for instance, take the book Chess for Dummies. You know what I mean? It's a bunch of brilliance that's kind of packaged in this idea of not appearing so brilliant, and that's why it was able to sell. But if it was a book called like Chess, Dummy, then maybe it wouldn't have done as well because it would have achieved a different end. So whenever it comes to the IQs of people, I would say that it doesn't matter. Like it matters a bit. It doesn't matter as much as it should because of the social repercussions that there would be. But it is especially pertinent, I think, whenever we're dealing with candidates who are just extremely old. Because once you reach a certain point of age, then you might have things like dementia or, you know, Alzheimer's. And these things will basically show up in IQ tests, in the different types of IQ tests, especially the best IQ tests, like the neurophysiological exams that are given by doctors to assess all sorts of things. Like, for instance, ADHD, you have to take an IQ test to get that diagnosed in many places. I know I'm technically diagnosed with ADHD, but I didn't have to take an IQ test. I was just given like a personality questionnaire. My mom was giving me one. Basically, it just seemed so extreme. They're like, yeah, you probably have it. Hey, what's up?
Do you feel like you have a label though, Julian, when you were diagnosed with ADHD, or do you feel that people do? I mean, I spoke yesterday. I do something called the Dyslexia Awards in the UK, and that's to celebrate people with dyslexia because they are labelled by the majority of people, if we're honest. But what we're saying is that, yes, they might struggle with their numbers, they might struggle with the letters, but they will benefit elsewhere.
Right.
So we're actually celebrating dyslexia. And I know certain employers in the UK will look at where they do have the disparity, and then they will look where they have the massive advantage over somebody else, and they will use that skill in their business because they're going to be far more enhanced than somebody that's at a level. So do you feel that we do label people quickly too much with ADHD and dyslexia and things like that rather than look at the positives?
So, yeah, so whenever it comes to like, it's like what's in a label, like what's in a name, you know, and those things that are in it, what would make those necessarily positive or negative? So whenever it comes to the negatives that are associated with these labels, usually they are always handed out too quickly. And it's usually because the ones that are handing out labels will somehow benefit. Somehow it's like they're in some kind of social position where they can protect whatever edifice they're standing upon by labeling these other people pejoratively. But it doesn't, so the thing is, even if they were to take that person who's labeled negatively and just make them look like Hitler, that wouldn't actually mean the person is really bad or really wrong. And so it kind of gets into these things like, what are we really dealing with here? Like, what's really the cause and what are really the effects? And what can we really say deserves a certain label? So I can say for a fact, so many mental illnesses are nature's failed attempts to create intelligence. And what I mean to say is that there's a lot of genetic overlap between, for instance, intellectual giftedness and things like ADHD, and between dyslexia, and between schizophrenia, between bipolar disorder, and these certain things where it's like, it's almost like they were some attempt by Mother Nature to create a form of intelligence. And it was almost like it just went haywire in the programming with something. And now this person, they see relationships between things that aren't actually related, or like they get ideas that they shouldn't get based on the things. So in many senses, a lot of these things are directly related to the intelligence. And whenever it comes to whether or not they are, I guess you could say, hastily and spuriously given to people, I think they definitely are. And I think that the reason that they're given, or the reasons that they're given so quickly, these can vary a lot. So whenever it comes to the individual who might be like intellectually, here's the thing, if you're intellectually gifted and you have a disability, those things can actually just cover each other up, where you'll just like, basically no one's going to recognize your giftedness, and they might not even recognize your disability because you use your giftedness to cover it up. So for instance, when it comes to dyslexia, people with dyslexia turn out to be pretty good at rotating shapes in their head, right, in their heads, because it just seems to be like part of it. People that are good at ADHD, or people who have ADHD, seem to be rather good at enterprising new creative ideas and at doing what's called bridging knowledge gaps quickly.
Yes.
Basically, people with ADHD are so used to forgetting about the things that they're trying to say or something, or like they're so used to just not caring about this thing anymore, that they'll learn to just, you know, squeeze so many things in. And so it's like, whenever these things, so some parents, and okay, so there's a lot that goes into this. There is incentives to be diagnosed with one of those conditions as opposed to being diagnosed with, because at least those conditions will get you the resources and the help that you need to be able to navigate throughout the day properly. If you're extremely gifted and your nervous system is so sensitive that light just impacts you deeply, seeing a person cry just impacts you so deeply, people won't even care. It's like your school system, they're supposed to be the ones who at least pretend to care, but they won't even do that because they don't even spend time teaching up-and-coming teachers about gifted students in university. They hardly even spend time on dealing with giftedness when you're becoming a psychologist. And as a result, I usually end up schooling every psychologist I speak to in the realm of giftedness, because they'll just speak to me with some, basically they'll just repeat the same things that you'll get from reading the table of contents. You know what I mean? It's like there's no depth to it.
Julian, were you prescribed medication when you were diagnosed?
So it's kind of funny because I wasn't diagnosed with ADHD until I was already finishing up with high school. So it was a bit ironic because they diagnosed me, they gave me the medication, and I'm just like, oh, wow, like suddenly it seems a lot easier to have conversations with people like they were always having with each other. Maybe there is something to this. But, you know, by then I was already like so far gone down the rabbit hole, started to think out, my foot was out the door. So I guess you could say the damage had been done, but all's well that ends well. But yeah, the medication, how does that affect IQ? That's something that I've always kind of wondered about. So it seems to, so I've noticed that whenever I take my ADHD medication, it's like my field of view becomes a bit wider. But as a result of me seeing more things at surface level, I don't have immediate depth whenever I'm trying to analyze things. So what this can mean is that maybe I'll do better on a test where I'm trying to see simple patterns that are hidden in a mess. But maybe I'll do worse on a test where it's like you just have two things that somehow interact, and it's like you got to figure out how they somehow interact so you can pick the next one. Maybe I would actually do a bit worse on that one because I would just be too busy looking at, I would be paying attention to physical things. So yeah, it's interesting. So in some ways, you know, it's like it might be able to increase some skills while decreasing others, and everything's always give and take. And it's just a matter of, are the gains what I'm really after here?
And
Julian, let me ask you, please. I've heard so many stories about guys with IQs, and one of them is they're game freaks and they don't sleep enough at night. Is that true?
You said that they what at night?
don't sleep at
Are
night.
they get?
Oh,
They
yeah,
don't sleep
yeah.
enough at night, and two, they're game freaks, like TV games, like playing adventurous games, soccer. Is that true?
So I think it is true. So because people with high IQs have really active minds, and there are a few things that go into it. So if you have someone with a really high IQ who is also maybe like persecuted by the people around them, they're going to be even more motivated to stay up extremely late when there aren't any other people around. You know what I mean? Like they're actually just going to feel free. And then whenever it comes to being more engaged in games, an interesting thing about okay, I guess you could say maybe it would be more true for males because I think males are a bit more inclined to like conquer and to compete and things like that.
Yeah.
But it seems that IQ almost has this drive to apply itself. It's almost like it knows that it was built to be applied to a circumstance. And so people with high IQs, they find themselves trying to do the things that they're good at. And maybe that'll also be increased if they're persecuted, right? Like maybe if you have someone who's like a gifted kid growing up in a poor household with like angry drunk parents who are far from gifted, maybe they'll just talk so much nonsense and say so many mean things to that kid. And then the kid, in order to validate themselves, they're going to be like, okay, maybe my parents will say that, but I still have the highest score in my city at Tetris, you know? And so these are things that will motivate gifted people to try and to justify their own existence and their existences and to not feel bad about their differences.
Just
Then
going
what
back
about
to
sleeping
just-
at night?
sorry, bro.
You said
All
that
right.
sleeping? So yeah, I think that they'll stay awake longer. I think that they're going to be motivated to stay awake longer because of pressures around them. I think that they're going to also have more difficulty quieting their minds in order to fall asleep. So I think that those two things together will lead gifted people to be awake more. And then maybe there could even be some kind of thing that I don't know about in terms of evolution. Maybe smart people benefit more from being in a world where most people are asleep. I don't know. I mean, it could be the case, to be honest. But I do think that people with higher IQs will have a harder time going to sleep in general, but not always. So usually it's like with ADHD. People with ADHD can also have more difficulty falling asleep. And so what we'll do is we'll just get used to staying up so late that we're just exhausted, where we can just go and collapse. And then we never really worry about it. And then it just becomes a matter of discipline in the morning of like waking up. So I do think that they'll stay up late, and I think that it's part of coping mechanisms of some sort.
Julian, just a couple of things quickly from myself. Were you seen as when you were a child? Were you seen as hyperactive because of you were always active?
Yes.
Mentally. Yeah, and you were labelled again. This is the problem with the world, isn't it? We're always labelling people. And two, do you feel the education systems, and I say this across the world, try and improve the weak points rather than working on the points that you are the best at, and it's probably going to create your future?
So yes. Okay, so yes to both of those. First off, I was hyperactive as a kid, and my grandma told my mom there was probably something wrong with me. So that was interesting. And then the other thing, so education systems definitely do aim to raise the floor of society. But as far as I can tell, this is the logistically smartest move to make. It's not that we can hope to actually benefit everybody. And so the best thing we can do is to benefit most people. And
Lowest common denominator.
yeah, and it really does. Like, for instance, so let's take some things into account here. So if you look at the IQ distributions of males versus females, well, they have the same averages, but the bell curves for men, the bell curve is a bit wider. So what this means is that women are a bit more normalized and similar to each other, and men are a bit more likely to be like nature's experiments, so to speak, where sometimes, they're just going to try a bunch of random genetic outcomes. And sometimes it's like men are going to be a lot more mentally disabled, but also you're going to get some men that happen to have these like crazy advantages at other certain things. And so evolutionarily speaking, the reason that, it might be selected for that women would be more similar in intelligence is that they need protection from the entire community during the 9 months that they're carrying the baby, and also even in like raising the child and in being able to connect emotionally with the child. You have to have a mindset, and in order to then navigate into society, you have to train the child to navigate into society, which means you have to still be somewhat like similar. You have to have a similar conception to the people that will basically define what the society is. So as a result, nature itself has shown us that it is sometimes better to simply normalize, to basically the collective can benefit more from normalizing. That way there can be fewer extreme losses, because it can turn out that an extreme victory doesn't actually give as much as an extreme loss. And this is partially related to diminishing returns and the fact that, like depending on what the loss is, it could just undo millennia of advantage. But yes, for these reasons, I would say that the academic system does just, cater to lowest common denominator, does try to raise the floor. It does, in some senses, try to even truncate the gifted and to get them to conform a bit. But as far as I can tell, that's based on some rational processes. And the only way that it would become irrational would be if we were to raise awareness like I've been describing, where we were to say, but the thing is that people have different levels of awareness. And in which case, it no longer becomes fair to just say, let's bring people from not good enough to good enough. It also becomes a matter of, well, what is good enough for the individual? So, yeah, so to answer your question, yes, we are trying to just raise the floor, but it's not necessarily the worst decision that could be made just based on the limited information that those designing the school system were given.
Well, I just think that, because of my age, I would definitely have been medicated when I was a child, because I would have been labeled all those things. And the other thing that I wanted to ask you, it wasn't until the 7th grade that I found someone that was like me, and we would make each other crack up, and we would be laughing so hard, and everybody would be staring at us, and they would be thinking, like, what are those two weirdos laughing at? But I was best man at his wedding. He's best man at my wedding, and we're still best friends today. He lives just in the town next to me, and it's been a lifelong friendship. But I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't run into him in the 7th grade.
Because it was like a gifted community. Yeah, and I mean that's just like having one person that you can look at and be like, oh, okay, maybe I'm not actually so weird. Maybe I'm just in a place that it affect me per se. But yeah, and that's exactly why people are drawn to these IQ groups as a whole, is because there comes a time where, it's like having to explain your joke just removes any comedy it would have had, right?
Exactly.
That's why Jim wears them shirts, Julian, so he doesn't have to explain the joke, you see.
But Julian, I'm also writing down many things that you've been saying, and I'm going to use them without any attribution. I just wanted to let you know. I'm not going to tell them that you said it. It's going to come out. It's going to sound like it's coming out of my mouth.
Well, no, I mean, that's good. Like, it's better because, I mean, these aren't things that, it's like I thought of. I've thought about these things, but these are things that people have been dealing with for probably since the dawn of civilization itself. There was probably that moment when there were the few individuals and they're just like, well, I don't really care what the Council of Elders said. This is what's going to happen, and I don't want that to happen. So, it's like this is a discussion that definitely needs to be had. And something else that's worth mentioning, there are pipelines from, the academic construct into other outlets, including the prison system. It is built that way for a reason. It has been decided that some people are most economically profitable, not whenever they're left to their own devices because they're not going to do anything, but just like from the perspective of, the overseer, so to speak. Yeah. So they're like, hey, let's just go ahead and like shoot these people through. The problem is that a huge number of gifted people will actually end up in that process. And it turns out that if a gifted person doesn't meet the emotional criteria that the teacher, that the school system is looking for, basically if the gifted student is maybe gifted in a way that's different from what's expected, or if they don't conform, or if they don't fit in, then they're probably just going to be swept into that chute. And what's going to end up happening is that they're going to go through their life living out this kind of situation where they just perceive the entire world around them as an ignorant adult that is to be played, that is to be outsmarted, and is to be smiled at when it falls. And so this again goes into like the dark side of giftedness. Right. And I'm going to tell you, and this is something that most people don't know, and this might be something that even those in the gifted community don't want to think about or mention. Many school shooters are gifted students who are bullied, and there's no one there for them. There's no one that's going to help them. And they reach a point where they say, no, like, I'm not going to do this. You will be the one to suffer because I am better than you and I can prove it. And so then the gifted kids are going to be the only ones that are smart enough to go and get guns. They're going to be the only ones that are smart enough to get around all of the blockages that there might be. And so eventually you get in this case where it's like they're the only ones who even could do that. And then a lot of them are the ones that are doing that. And it's just a horrible travesty because these were supposed to be the students that parents are dropping off at a building. It's supposed to take care of them. It's supposed to help them learn to nurture their abilities. Instead, they're forcing them to expose themselves to malicious bullies that are just going to wear away at them until whatever psychopathic tendencies are buried inside of them just explode. And yeah, it's extremely problematic. So there's a lot that needs to be said. I'm glad that you're writing these things down. I'm glad that you're going to be thinking about them. Maybe other people will think about them too. And something that's really important, again, people care now because we can see how it relates to us in terms of the pandemic. That's really what starts bringing it to people's minds, or like things that relate to them. We can say, hey, you are using a Windows PC. Why are you so against Bill Gates? Is it just because you're jealous? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But people don't really know that, you know? Like, for instance, people aren't quite aware of their own human nature. The fact that I'm not aware of other people's human nature by default implies that I'm not aware of my own. And so, you know, that's a huge problem as well. There are so many things about ourselves that we don't understand, that we fear, things that we try to truncate and remove and hide, but it's like ultimately there are some things that can't be removed. And some things, especially pertaining to like conscious awareness, there's no way that you can keep these things back forever. If the person's alive, they're going to be aware, you know, and whatever that's shaped like, it's like you better adapt, as far as I can tell.
The problem is, Julian, is that we all want people to be the same. We don't encourage people to be better. We'd rather bring them down to our level. And that is through all systems, that is through all governments, that is through all media. And this is the problem, is that we're conditioned that we've all got to be at this level. No, go and let somebody be fantastic up there, because we're only going to learn and educate ourselves, if you want to, of course, ourselves to raise the standards. And this is the problem, is that we're all trying to bring people down rather than raise people up.
Yes, exactly. And another thing is that, so again, the whole philosophical problem, what does it mean to be a self, right? Like if you take the situation of the ship that goes into the dock and it has a rotten plank, and so they're like, okay, let's remove this plank. And so they go to pull it off to replace it, but then they realize the ones behind that, you know, it's also basically they have to end up replacing the entire ship, right? Every single plank, and then it leaves. Is it the same ship, right? And this is a question that has continued to baffle us. Personally, I would say yes if it had the same captain, because I would think it's almost like a matter of the function as opposed to the form. But, you know, it's still just like it goes into this. And so the question becomes, why is it that we are driven to bring people to the same level? It's because we can consider ourselves better whenever we can say that other people are worse. And so that's why we try to bring them down, and so we can put ourselves up. But there are a few issues with this. First off, being superior at something doesn't actually like mean much. Like, for instance, you can be superior at something and still be like an extremely like useless person. Or for instance, you could be really bad at something and still be an absolute commodity on a team. So what I mean to say is, like, there's this kind of weird thing where people are so afraid of, oh, if I acknowledge that this person has a gift, that'll be like me acknowledging that I am a piece of crap, or like I don't have any value because I'm not the smartest person in the room. When really what we should be thinking is like, hey, it's amazing if that person has a gift. They can use that to help me with my weaknesses. It's great that I have these gifts. I can help this person over here with their weaknesses. And basically, like, it shouldn't be a competition. We should all kind of view each other as like tools for each other, but not really in a selfish way, more of a way like, you have this ability. I think that's cool. Come help me out, as if like you're a part of me. You know what I mean? And then in that way, it won't be a competition. And that's what society tries to do. It tries to unify us behind a common identity. So that's why we're headed in this direction, but we're dealing with the growing pains as we get there.
Embrace the weirdness, I think, as we do with Jim's shirts.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it is definitely Jim, isn't it, Jim? It is, though, isn't it, Jim? Embrace difference.
Absolutely.
Embrace it.
You know, we can focus on our similarities or we can focus on our differences. When, you know, we're taught to focus on our similarities, but we have to embrace our differences as well. You know, that's how we get along. But Sharif, in Bangladesh, when you were growing up, were you considered an odd kid because you were smart?
Me, myself.
Yes.
No, actually, That things never happen. That things never happen. But as I work with the education industry, and I have, because we were group of companies, so we have to build different kind of business, education, hospitals, and many more things. So that time I find many students actually what actually today. What his name? Anyway, he's actually discussing about many of the intellectual issues and other things. It's actually a really problem. And country like Bangladesh, this is actually problem. And for intellectual issues and other things, I think especially developing nations, I think we need to do some practice. Yes, Singapore is okay. Singapore has very good cultures, educational systems, and other things. So Singapore students from their childhood, they grow in that way, and they can improve their IQ and other things. Even IB education in Malaysia, they are also from their childhood, they're developing their this IQ and this kind of activities. But country like Bangladesh, yes, there are some schools, those who are good, but still there are, I think, many scope, especially developing nations. I want to say that so opportunities is very high, working opportunities, because there are a lot of room. Education industry you can focus, healthcare industry you can focus, energy sector you can focus, construction you can focus, IT sector, and there's a huge population. So I think definitely there are a lot of room. Not only Bangladesh, I visited many countries. So I want to say even South Asia. Let's focus on South Asia, where 1/3 of the populations around the world live in South Asia. And more or less South Asia, you get infrastructure and other things. But still there is a big room for this kind of intellectual development and other things. But yes, I want to say this math Olympiad, physics Olympiad, this kind of activities doing good. Even Bangladeshi students, you can see that they win silver and this kind of things. Even those who study even Cambridge, Harvard, MIT, those who doing very well in math Olympiad, they actually directly get admissions and they studied over there. So yes, there are a group of peoples. I know, let's say Prothom Alo, they are the newspaper. They are working on that specifically field, but there are very big room for development.
But you weren't bullied as a child?
Like it's happened. But one thing, just try to understand. Like let's say a country like Bangladeshi students and other things, we actually face a lot of challenges in our personal life. In like bullying is a very small issue in our countries.
Okay.
Many students, they do not get 3 times food, they do not get proper dress, they do not get proper, they have to do a lot of fight. Even some of the students, maybe 20 kilometers they have to run to go to school, 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers. Even I know our central bank president, Dr. Atiar Rahman, he also like 20 to 30 kilometers every morning he run, he go to school, he finishes his school, then he go back. So country like Bangladesh, India, I want to say Pakistan, the different countries, people, even those who are now in top position in their personal life, they face a lot of challenges. It's not so easy.
Ben can relate to that, but I can't, because I always had clothes, I always had food, and so things like bullying were what traumatized me.
I understand. No, I understand. It's happened, but you have to understand the culture, how we facing the challenge. Don't take it otherwise. Let's say USA has COVID-19 situations right now, and you people are very scared, and you are saying that, there are many problems, this challenge, that challenge, many things. Let's say a country like Bangladesh, 12 months, whole year and year, they are fighting against flood, they're fighting against cyclone, they're fighting against poverty, they're fighting against unsystematic approach. So that's why when we see, let's say Malaysia, when we see, let's say UK or USA, this is like a heaven for us. This is true. This is like a heaven for us, because our people, our communities people, they are really doing hard work. Even recent, like economists said, that child labor is very bad. But I want to take responsibility as a researcher, as an economist. I want to say, country like Bangladesh, this kind of country, child labor also we have to give priority, because many students, if they do not job, they do not get food, even the state do not give them education. So we have different challenges, we have different game ball, different portfolio. Yes, there are many rich people. It's not like 100% people is there. Even you see that most richest people last 10 years actually grow in Bangladesh.
Yes.
Most billionaires grow in Bangladesh because of unsystematical approach. Yeah.
If I sent you a package, you wouldn't put it in the trunk of your car for a few days, would you? You would just open the package up.
He's put it on. He's put it on. The package you've sent, he's put on. It's that shirt.
He gave me a different address than the real one.
Speaking of the development and the battling of poverty in nations like Bangladesh and India and those surroundings, so I've actually read and seen that India, so they've started doing a kind of search where they actually go through some of the most impoverished areas. And what they do is they give kids IQ tests now, like Mensa IQ tests. They're working with Mensa. And whenever they find kids who have high IQs, they pull them out of poverty and basically put them in schools with actual books and, with actual chalkboards and things like this, and pens and pencils and paper. And they're doing this as a part of just the overall drive of reducing poverty. And it seems like it's really going a long way, and it seems like it's helping a lot of people. There's a documentary on it. Maybe I can find it and send you a link if you guys want to watch it. It just follows these two young girls that were identified as gifted in the slums. And it just kind of shows what life is like for individuals living in the slums and the things that they have to deal with. And it's like school for people in the slums just almost seems so, like, on the one hand, it seems like the only escape. And on the other hand, it starts to seem so arbitrary and disconnected from the daily struggles they experience, Like, you'll see these girls and they'll go to school and they'll be extremely gifted. And then they'll go home and basically they'll just be responsible for just doing like all the chores around the house and just helping their mom do everything. And then the camera lady will ask the mom, did you realize that your child had this gift, that she had this kind of different level of awareness that set her apart? And parents will be like, no. Like they just won't really have a conception of that style of thing. And so it's really great that, in my opinion, India is using IQ proactively to help reduce poverty, whereas many societies, they'll be afraid to even touch the topic, and then they'll almost use it as a means of explaining the poverty itself, which it can do in some senses, but it can also be used to greatly uplift people, I think, if we just look at it properly in terms of some people have some special gifts. Maybe we should let them help us, The
actual education system is very misleading, though, isn't it, Julian? Because every day is education. Every day is education. So, it's the way that they want you to be educated when you're in the education system. That's what we have to be very careful of. Until you get to choose in the UK, we choose options. So they get to, I think, you get to year 10 of the school system, and then you can choose what you want to be educated in. Whereas realistically, that's quite systematic. It's like you've got to learn this way until then. You've got to pick up every single skill until then, and then you can go and choose what you want. Well, maybe that option system should be at secondary school from the year, the age of 9, 10, 11, when really you should have the basics, and you should then have more of a way that you want to go. And I'm sure that you yourself, with the gift you've got, you would have known by the age of 11 what you wanted to be educated on, what you'd have enjoyed. And if you enjoy it, you pick up more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's still the same to this day. I remember at the time, so I was asked by a counselor what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I told her I wanted to be a ufologist. So for those who don't know, it means I wanted to study aliens and UFOs. And eventually she was like, oh, that's not cool enough. And I was like, okay, I'll switch it to planetary scientist. And so time went on. Now, I'm in IT, I guess. It's not quite planetary science, but close enough. I can, use computers to do all the science, theoretically.
Well, how I answered that question? I answered mortician. I just wanted to see their
That's
hilarious.
Yeah. Probably scarred somebody, Jim.
I was thinking about that. Basically, we would like to introduce our panelists on board right now. So we have Julian Appin, one of the highest IQ people in the world right now. We have Jay Maid from California. He does Chess Without Borders on IBM TV. We have Ben Coates from the Great Britain, Mugesh Media, and he represents UK, and he represents IBM TV in UK as well. We have Sharif from Malaysia, and we are working on a lot of shows, starting with the World Economic Forum from Malaysia. We have Katara, and she's one of our IBM TV authors, and then we are working on an author show soon, so she'll be part of it. And then we have two more guests. We have Mark Lee. He does a radio show with us on Monday, and then he does a lot of other shows on IBM TV. And then we have Jeff. Jeff does a show like Beat Wednesday on IBM TV, which happens Wednesday at 3 p.m. EST. So welcome to all. We'll start with Katara. So Katara, what do you think about IQ? And have you come across any intellectual or any person with a great IQ in your life?
Oh,
you need to unmute Katara.
You're just
I haven't. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of experience with, using the IQ system or testing or anything. I mean, I've worked in schools with students, and I've definitely come across some students who seem to be extremely gifted with academics and other talents and art and things like that. But I don't have like an official, understanding.
Don't let Julian intimidate you.
If that makes sense.
I don't think I could.
Not now it's shaved.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You should have seen me yesterday. I looked like I was about to throw some shurikens or something.
Hey, Julian, if I could jump in, I heard y'all were talking about IQ. I actually have a background in that as well. One of my jobs, in addition to the podcasting, is I work for a testing company. So we do a lot of stuff around testing and things of that nature. It's actually one of the leading ones here in North Carolina and around the country. So sometimes we feel that we like those tests because they are a measurement of what people's abilities are supposed to be, but there are also inherent biases. So like I said, there are a couple of things that come to my mind is that one, there's biases against folks based on race and other things of that nature. And then lately we've been doing more and more testing, and Anchor will be interested in this because we've been testing actually against the computer, meaning that the computer has already graded the paper, and then they want us to grade the paper to see whether we give similar kind of answers or things of that nature. Part of the concept that we're afraid of as testers is that it will eventually test us out of a job. Jim knows about that. You can get tested out of a job and things of that nature, but we're afraid that it could do that. But one of the things that we found is that unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you feel about computers, they're not able to understand nuances. So kids will write about things that are related to their society and things of that nature. And we as humans might understand some of these nuances and some of these different kinds of things that are happening, whereas the computer doesn't get it. So like I said, they might make a reference to like some hip hop artist and things of that nature and put it in the context of what the hip hop artist was singing about or talking about. And the computer is looking at this as if it's gibberish because they don't understand the context of what the kid is writing. So that's some of the things that I know from my perspective is things that we have been worried about even in the testing field. Like I said, and I'll go ahead and name the company, it's a Measurement Incorporated, but Measurement has done a lot of work in that field, and they are concerned about wanting to find ways that we don't lose the gaps, that we don't create more of the gaps, that there's not people that are being unfairly treated because of whatever their race, their class, their accessibility. We've talked about this here before because of people don't always have accessibility to laptops and computers and things of that nature. So there's a number of reasons. It can even be rural versus urban. Ben can relate to that because there's parts of London that are rural and there are parts that are very urban. So like I said, there could be those biases based on where you are in the sense of where you are in the country, whether that's here or that's the other places that do standardized testing. I believe London does some standardized testing. I'm not sure about Malaysia and some of the other places where our folks are at, or even India, but I do know that there is a concern about standardized testing here in America is the biases. So that's just my take on
I have to ask. I was kind of, I always hate kind of bringing up this topic just because it can be so incendiary, it can be so controversial, but why is it that why do you think the tests are racist per se? Because that's like one of the worst types of bias out there. Like, why that one?
We have to be careful.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear from Katara because she's an educator and an editor. But from what I found out, a lot of times they do not necessarily understand the context of where people are from. Like if you're bringing some of your flavor into where you are at, and a lot of times the tests are trying to give. They want you to free form or give like an answer based on whatever the stimulus that they give you is, and sometimes the answers that people are giving are going to be based on their experiences. And sometimes the testers or the people that are evaluating don't always have that kind of connection as well. So that's where I feel some of the biases exist.
So in that case, then, what do you think of things like, for instance, just digit span? Do you think that one is biased?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
So the digit span, assuming that the individual knows the digits 0 through 9, as well as, the next person would, what do you think that one still has room for bias?
I think that's got less of a room for bias. I mean, there may be some biases, but I mean, we've done some testing that is mathematically based, and some of that is very much, like you said, it's like a 0 to 9 or a 0 to 2. And if the answer is either going to be 0, 1, or 2, then yes, it's hard for that to be biased because, I mean, it doesn't matter who's doing the test. They can do it blindly, and they would still be able to either give you the answer or not give you the answer. So things that are concrete, that have a concrete answer, that are not so much like essays. Essays are a little bit more open to interpretation. So like I said, that's where I think the bias exists, in those things that are open to interpretation. If it's not open to interpretation, like, if we all know here that watching 1 + 1 = 2. If that's something that you're testing, then that's not as biased, because we all know that if somebody says it's 1, they're wrong. It's that simple.
Well, Jeff, you had your hand up.
You have to say something, Jeff?
I think that racism is so old school that we're used to it, and that's why we don't change the paradigm about racism. And if we become more attuned to freedom and equality, then even the IQ story could even be told and be played differently. We have to evolve as humans and forget that racism was slavery and attack on a small group of citizens that are all humans, and so on and so forth. I think that's the dialogue that needs to happen to make change. And then my question about IQ, does it change from day to day? Because if a child goes in and gets tested, or a human gets tested on Tuesday, what about Thursday if they do the same exact test? So how fair is IQ? I think it's a bunch of crap.
Well, I mean, okay, so the thing is, whenever it comes to calling it a bunch of crap, you have to at least have reasons for that, and I'm sure you do. So what are some of the reasons for that?
I do, because I think that everything, you test somebody and then their score comes out low on one day, but it comes up high on the next day, but the first day that they were tested was to get the job or not. And they were just in a bad mood, or they got shamed by their parents that morning.
But like if a person gets, like, say a person has an IQ of X, and then whenever they become drunk, they generally score around like X minus 20, and then it could be like plus or minus like 7 from there. And then they were to take an IQ test drunk and they got a low score. I don't think that the lower score is actually representative of them like that.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that does IQ, is that really a measure of the human?
So again, I mean, it's kind of an opinionated thing to say whether or not it's a measure of the human. It's a measure of objective outcomes. Here's the thing. If you were to take every possible logical question that is logical and rational, all of these that could possibly exist, and then if you were to extract a subset of questions from that imaginary space, and then you were to administer those questions to a bunch of people, and then you were to score those people, what's going to happen is it will rank order people in the same order every single time, even though we're talking about the imaginary space of all possible logical questions, meaning that there's no way that all of them can be equally, like, they'll be completely different. So what that means is that even though you'll have all these different types of items, they're still going to produce the exact same rank order. And statistically speaking, odds of producing the same rank order with a million different questions and a million different tries, it's so insanely small that saying that like IQ wasn't measuring something real is it's almost like saying aspirin isn't necessarily real because there's a chance that every person that aspirin has ever helped has just benefited from a placebo, or they just happen to recover at that exact moment.
But if a child that is born with a low IQ is not available or not qualified for that job, then it's obviously like 1 + 1 = 2. We understand that. And so the child was born with ADD or with whatever they're born with, and some DNA makes you have better IQ, but it doesn't mean that you can't play Chopin.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is like being able to get a job isn't really like that important. You know what I mean? Like if a person has a quality that makes them more desirable for a job, that doesn't necessarily make them better or worse as a person. That's almost like saying having a job is what determines a person's worth. And here's the thing, like you can't become an air traffic controller unless you have a certain intelligence level as a minimum. And they have to take tests to become air traffic controllers that basically test.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay. And Julian, I've got a question.
Curiosity, are there any logical, like opinion-based questions on IQ tests? Like I said, that's part of what I think that's where.
Yes, there are. Of course there are.
And how were those graded? Because like I said, I can think that I am a proponent of marijuana legalization, or an anti-person for the death penalty, or things along those lines, or even a supporter of, to some degree, reparations. I actually just did a special with Sandy Darity, who's a friend of mine, who's all about African-American reparations and things of that nature. But how are those graded on an IQ test? Because that's an opinion, and I don't know how you would grade that on an IQ test because it's an opinion, and I'm trying to figure out how that would be graded on an IQ test.
It's all about statistics. In the real world, the statistics will talk about Jim Crow, that more people of color are arrested. So that's 1 + 1 = 2. We know that that's true.
Yeah, the thing is like there are all these underlying causes, and whenever it turns out that the causes of the causes are tangled up, that's whenever things become almost self-defeating, even as we're trying to add clarity to it. So whenever it comes to a situation where maybe you're asked a question where, so for instance, say somebody just asks you, hey, little kid, tell me the similarity between salt and water. Okay, so this is something that's based on opinion, but there are also some logical connections that can be drawn. Ultimately, from what I've seen from just like all of the IQ tests that I've ever seen, and all of the people that I've seen take them, and it's also true that once you start getting nearer to the ceiling effect of a test, your propensity to provide alternative solutions that are equally viable will go up. So it's like the higher you score, the more likely it is that you'll be able to actually have opinions that are worth considering whenever you're arguing for answers, and so to speak. But ultimately, the goal is to find the logical theorem that can explain the highest proportion of the given circumstances with the most succinct possible representation of the theorem itself. That means if your theorem explains everything, but it takes 7 words, his theorem explains everything and it takes 6 words, assuming that the theorems aren't just synonyms, because you can have, you can make a phrase longer without actually changing its meaning. The one that explains the most data with the most succinct theorem will be the more correct one. And so whenever it comes into play of, okay, well, how do you actually gauge an opinion to that? That's when you have to start asking yourself, like, okay, so this person asked, they were asked, what's a similarity between water and salt? And this person might say, oh, well, those are both things from the earth that we have to eat in order to survive. Someone else might say a shark swims in it because a shark will, swim in, many sharks at least will swim in salt water. So, and it's like, okay, when you look at this, how do you actually determine which one is correct or which one is incorrect? Or how do you determine when to stop saying, well, what do you mean? Can you tell me more? Well, what do you mean? Can you tell me more? Because eventually, if you ask them that, they'll eventually explain, they'll end up just recreating math. And so it's like, where do you put in that dividing line, right?
But that's leaning towards quantum.
But Julian, let me ask this question in a way that I can understand it, because I'll put it in chess terms. Some days I walk into a chess tournament and I see all sorts of possibilities. My ideas are just coming out of my ears, and I'm really good and I'm very effective and I win more games than I lose. In other times I show up to a tournament, I'm playing the same level players, and I'm just not seeing anything, and I'm having a bad result. So what if you tested me for my IQ on the day that I'm having a bad result?
I mean, you would get your score on it's like you'll get your score whenever you're having a bad day. Like, for instance, there is value in. You have to understand.
Yeah.
Well, no, the fact that you can like change your mood and perform differently doesn't mean that your ability is actually changed. Like, basically, like if you have a bunch of IQ tests at your disposal and you become curious, you might be like, oh, I wonder what my IQ is like when I, have a few shots. And so then maybe someone will get a bit tipsy and then they'll take an IQ test and they'll be like, okay, now what's the difference? There will probably be a difference. Don't get me wrong, there will be one. But that difference doesn't necessarily say anything about how well you couldn't have done before this. At the very least, you can consider it as a minimum cutoff, right? I mean, if you look at your own performance, say if I was to say you're a good pitcher and you have a good sense of aim, I'll be like, here, dude, here's a bucket of basketballs or of baseballs even. Throw these baseballs through this little hole on the wall. So say that you have really good aim where you get like 7 out of 10 shots, but there are going to be these ones where basically if you track how it actually enters, you're the exact same person throwing balls that are arguably similar. We can say that you're throwing the same ball-ish. So you're throwing the same ball, same person, same level of effort even. Nothing's really changed. But what's going on here? Some of the balls will perfectly go through. It's like you'll have an average level of accuracy that all of your throws will cluster around. You'll have some that are pretty far, outside of that range, either above or below. And so then whenever you actually do the statistical distribution, you're going to find that your distances from the intended target will fall into a Gaussian normal distribution, which basically just shows that in general, like your average is what you'll get. And then based on like some weird circumstances, sometimes you'll go out. But in general, you have the fat middle and then you have like very few on the outside there. So the thing is that the fact that there are differences between these different points doesn't actually disprove the whole notion, because the notion is something that exists between the continuum of each point. So it's actually like you could really consider a person's IQ not as their IQ score that they achieve at a single test that they sit at, but more as a kind of meta measurement that culminates all these different ones together.
Julian, am I right in thinking in Jim's scenario that Jim's intelligence hasn't changed, but his competence has changed in that scenario?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. It's like, for instance, say you're measuring the horsepower of a car, but suddenly it's like the engine isn't able to rotate the wheels. Imagine the wheels, I guess, were how you determined its ability to perform. So it's like if you take away its ability to exercise its resource, then it might be tested as not having a resource, but it doesn't actually mean the resource wasn't there. It could have just been, like these statistical complications of, like having a bad day or even having a really good day.
So it's being when it's in that scenario, Jim, you've just got to think you're being incompetent. That's all. Your intelligence is the same, mate. You're just being incompetent.
It could just be the way you slept the night before. It could have even been the breakfast.
Yeah. And that's exactly the way I feel. Incompetent.
Yeah,
that's my point. And so maybe the testing gets evolved. So maybe we test 3 times and then you take an average.
So the thing with that is it fair to take an average when they weren't all equally representative? Because what you're saying is like, say someone, usually what people do is they'll give someone a test, and if they do really well, they'll be like, okay, you should probably take another test because you probably just got lucky. Usually that's what they try to say. They try to say, this kid probably just got lucky. Like statistically speaking, it's more likely someone got lucky than is a 1 out of 100. So then they'll give them another test, and they'll be like, dang, this kid scored exactly the same. Or maybe they scored like a few points above or higher, but it'll pretty much be about the same. So whenever it comes to retesting is extremely important. And it's a matter of like what you're really trying to accomplish with the retest here, because there are some times where it's like you can be at full faculty and it's just based on what you go into the test with in your head that can change the types of answers that unravel. So it's like if you're going to do these retesting sessions, you have to decide, like, am I trying to retest under a different state of mind, or am I trying to achieve the exact same circumstance? That way I can retest it. That way I can have some form of replicability. Then at least I can say, yeah, well, I always score this. But then even then, it's not the same. It's like you always score this under that case.
Well, Jim was talking about mood and on a wake up basis. Mood could change. And so I believe that if there was an average, then that may be a more true representation for the
average. Yes, no, you're right. But the thing is that the average is like the test. So if you think about it, like an IQ question is almost just like this little simulation of a possible logical juxtaposition that you might encounter in the real world. And it simulates it in this little encoded symbolic form where it says like, okay, you have these things and whenever they stack up, they make this shape. So, you know, we see that you stack these, you get that shape, stack these, get that shape. What does this shape look like? And so we ask someone that, and then we'll ask them like 35 more of those. And so after you have 36 questions where you treat each question as its own little test, now you have this kind of comparative measure between them all that will give you a really good window into this person's like general cognitive ability percentile. And so the thing is that the more questions that you ask them, all that it does is become more accurate in the conversion, or in the convergence, I should say, and conversion too. But so adding more tests into it is really no different topologically, like structurally speaking, than just adding more questions into a single test. And so then it's like, well, okay, well, what can we change about a single test? Are there changes we could make to a single test that would match the changes that could be made to multiple tests? And so sometimes in order to do this, what will happen, especially nowadays in like the high range IQ communities where it's mainly high IQ people making tests for other IQ people, they'll make a bunch of untimed tests in hopes of kind of reducing this factor that you're talking about, which has to do with, I guess you could say, externalized confounding factors interfering with what you're trying to measure. So with those things in mind, you know, maybe they'll take a test and they'll say this test is designed to be untimed. You're going to like basically everyone who takes it, what they'll do is they'll maybe just spend an hour or two on it, just looking every night, just, you know, at different questions. And in the end, they'll just look back through it. And so at this point, you know, it's like they've approached it during different states of mind. They've had the freedom to look at it throughout the day. They haven't necessarily been pressured by other people around them. And so now this kind of high range testing environment, it creates a situation where some assets or some aspects of facets and aspects of giftedness can come to the surface more clearly and maybe a bit more transparently whenever you remove that time limit. But at the same time, there are people whose giftedness, it almost seems to centralize around the fact that they're extremely fast. And so suddenly, whenever you give them an untimed test that takes away from their ability to represent what their advantage is, now their IQ score is actually going to come out lower. And the thing is it's like, well, does that mean their IQ is actually that low? It's like, no, that's what their IQ is whenever they're in that specific context. And it's the exact same as if, you know, like someone just had a bad day or a headache or something like that. Like sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'll think I should take an IQ test just to see how badly I'll do because I'm not awake yet. You know,
well,
and
Nick,
that's
Nick, we've got to have this guy on more.
What? I had to bring in my ringer resident genius.
Julian, how do you deal with abstract thinking? Because you know, a lot of times in the creative world and arts and things of that nature, you're thinking abstractly. Like you said, I can look at a piece of art or even create a piece of art and, you know, think of it in one way. Somebody else might think of it in another way. So one question I want to ask you, Julian, is how do you deal with abstract thinking? Because a lot of times people are not thinking in the linear way of thinking. They're thinking in abstract or creative ways, particularly in folks in my community, because I'm very much involved in the arts community. So that's my one question. And the second question I'm curious about is how do oftentimes people that are very much successful on one level, they are perceived as being not successful. I'm gonna give you an example. I just had a guest on the Online Dinner Party, which is one of the shows that I do here on IBM.TV. They are disability people. One of the guests was somebody that had cerebral palsy. The other was autistic. I actually have some friends that are autistic. And autistic people can be some of the most brilliant people in the world, but they are perceived as having a disability because of their autism. So I'm just wondering, from your thoughts, how you deal with that. Because like I said, the young lady that was Paper Hand Comics, she's an amazing lady, but she has all these crazy figures and things in her head. I have a friend that knows way too many sports figures. I mean, like you go to Robert and he could tell you like literally who the all-star pitcher was of a game in like some college that you don't even know. I mean, that's and I was using baseball. I know I mixed my metaphors, but I should have stuck with baseball. But anyway, it was a game of baseball, and it's a college game, and he's going to give you like ERA and all of that kind of stuff. But he's kind of like seen as an oddball, even though he's a genius in some ways.
Rain Man.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like you're describing like Rayman style trivia,
which they do exist. That's
I would like to introduce Adifa. She's joining us from Nigeria after a long break because of the bandwidth issue. So we are trying to get her on IBM TV since 2 months. But today, finally, she is able to join from Nigeria. So Adifa, can you tell us about what you do and where are you from?
Adifa.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. Yes, you can call me Nifesti. So thank you so much, Ankit. My name is Nifesti. Like I said earlier, I run a podcast called Inside Life on Anchor. So the podcast is basically about life, all the issues of life that range from business, education, health, finance. You know, it's just basically for anybody who is evolving and who is on a journey of personal development, and anybody who wants to become a better version of themselves. So basically, this is what I do. Thank you for having me.
Oh, Adifa, are you in Lagos, Nigeria? Is that where you're from? Or beaming in from?
Yes.
Nigeria? Okay, you're coming in really clear.
Lagos,
so,
Nigeria.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, because what we found out is that bandwidth makes a big difference on how well you come in around the world. But you're coming in really clear. So that's really good.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
You
great.
look great. You sound great. Yeah.
Well, and Katara, where are you beaming in from? Katara.
Rochester, New York.
Rochester, New York. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Rochester, that's where David K. Johnson lives.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you know him. Have you run into David on our show?
No.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, the lady that I was talking about that had the autism, that's the paper band, that's the comic, she's also out of the Rochester area. Her name is Liz Pritchard, so she is also out of that area.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Usually people that live in Rochester move.
Yeah, because it's old.
It's like Fairview.
Yeah. Well, Julian actually went from Fayetteville, Arkansas, a somewhat habitable environment, to Toronto, which I don't know the reason why. I don't know what the backstory is. I'm afraid
I
to
met
ask.
my girlfriend on Facebook. So there's this thing called Myers-Briggs personality indicator, and I learned about my personality type, and I found the Facebook pages for people of my type, and she thought she was of the same type.
Right.
So she's definitely my type, but it turns out she's not my Myers-Briggs type. She's just my type. So yeah, I met her online.
Wait a minute. I got to back up here. Wait a minute. You said that you
They
are
change every
you're
day.
correct, and you got a date off of online. So I'm like feeling like
Hey, Mark, this is where the high IQ stuff breaks down. It's called
This is where the high IQ breaks through on the computer. This is where we find love.
This destroys it all. As I was about to ask Julian, okay, how is this going to help my golf game tonight?
Well, I mean, hey,
we could have a whole show on COVID dating.
COVID dating.
COVID dating.
Hey, yeah, we could do a show on COVID dating. I've heard that this is a real problem. I've had people tell me,
It's worse than AIDS. It was worse than AIDS because at least with AIDS you could kiss somebody without being swabbed.
Hey, Jeff, why don't you share your story that you shared with us before about your horrible dating experience that you just had? Because you shared with us on the last show about this experience that you had where you met this lovely lady. You thought that she was your connection like Julian got, and it turned out not to be that great. So I'd love to hear that story again. I'm sure that Nick, who did not hear the story, would like to hear it.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Jeff. You were sharing
Jeff,
your story about
you're
the
on the
young lady
hot seat.
that you ran into.
You're on the hot seat, Jeff.
Oh, and explain that question again to me. That remind me.
You were talking about your dating woes, and the last time that me and you were on this show together, you were sharing about a young lady that you met, and that that you thought she was your match, just like Julian found his match. Sister, by the way, for those that don't know what sister is, that's an African American woman. But you said that you ran into her, and then the date turned out not to be as great as you thought it was going to be. So I was saying if you could share that story again.
Well, that's, I guess, like on any given day with IQ, the luck of the draw of the day that you meet that person, what mood they're in, and compatibility. And if you believe in angels, which is another whole episode, how we all get connected together. If we don't show up, then we don't get a date. And if we're not ready, prepared ourselves and our heart open, then that's even harder to be compatible with that person. And on that given day, it's the luck of the draw. You have to proceed, even in COVID, to meet people if you're a single person. But because of COVID being what it is, it makes it more difficult for us that are dating or not connected before COVID, because we don't know where the molecules get in, where the virus is coming from, and how it lives and how it lasts. Like in sports, does it live on the baseball? Does it live on the basketball? Does it live on the football? And we have to be responsible in our own movements on life, even in dating. And COVID sucks for dating. And when we had AIDS in 1983, at least you knew that you could kiss somebody because they said it was sexually transmitted, and you had to be careful.
I'm very
Nick, I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm sitting over there looking at the picture because he's taking a water break. I probably need to take
I know. I wanted to show you what his gal pal looks like.
Julian's girlfriend,
Yes.
and I'm already becoming a little bit on the jealous side because this young lady looks like a very
young lady.
blonde
Yeah,
and
she
everything.
looked pretty
Julian,
good.
it looks like you
Hey,
just
Julian, we should bring her
brainy
on.
guy or an egghead or whatever the negative term that used to exist for smart people, and you can pull a very attractive young lady. Because I was watching your avatar when you went away from us and saw the pretty blonde that I guess is your girlfriend / fiance. So just wanted to give you compliments on that because it looks like you pulled a very young lady that dragged you out there to Toronto.
It was a good move, as they would say in
Yeah,
China.
thank you very
Good
much.
move.
Not only is she beautiful, but she's also extremely intelligent herself. So it's definitely a match made in heaven.
But when is she going to be on?
Intelligent on any given day.
too.
What?
I'm glad it was his girlfriend, otherwise you've all just dropped him in it.
Hey, Julian, I apologize. These people
Oh, no,
are
no
awful.
worries. No worries. No worries.
I said
Julian,
once.
I apologize.
I said once, everybody, that even the Dalai Lama gets grumpy.
That's actually a good point. People always try to act like anger is so bad, but it's really not that bad as far as I can tell. It seems like it's actually a good thing, and that people who try to say it's bad are just doing some like weird control tactic. What do you think?
Well, it's worked for me.
Actually, Julian, you make a great point there about parenting. Because if you use not anger, not aggression, but if you use stern, let's say stern, as a shock tactic, they then know when they're doing right from wrong. Whereas too many people use it as an ongoing tactic, and they try to show their anger at all times. And the poor children haven't got a clue then when they're actually in trouble or not. So you're right there.
Yes.
Hey, Ben, questions for you and everything. What would you do if you found out that your daughter, because I've seen her run around, you got actually 2 daughters, I think it is. But what would you do if you found out that your daughter was much more smarter than you are? Like that IQ test comes and she finds out that you got a much greater IQ than you.
I found that out without doing the IQ test quite a few years ago. Oh, brilliant! No, but I embrace it. I try and be positive with them and tell them they can do anything they want within reason. And if they're going wrong, then we tell them. But then because we do it that way, I hope that they know that they're actually doing wrong. But we don't encourage people enough. It's not just parenting; it's on all elements. We don't encourage people enough. Julian today has been absolutely wonderful. We've probably learned so much from him because we've encouraged him. You know, I know he got more IQ, but Nick has obviously gone to a lot of trouble to get Julian on.
Listen, Ben, I had to troll all these IQ sites. A lot of them are fake people. All due respects, Julian. Okay,
not all of them. No, you'd be surprised.
No, a lot of them are, and some of them are negative people. Like that one guy. Well, we don't have the time to do anything. I'm going like, dude, you're projecting, dude. Okay, but I don't even know if he got it because I don't know if he's that smart. But it doesn't matter. Okay, the thing is, here's the thing that iced the deal with Julian. By the way, that picture with him and that gal pal. I said, well, he's got to be smart because he made the right move there and forget everything else.
That's
so
why
I
question for you. I want to know, do you teach when you're trying to educate people for the life lessons? Do you talk about dating? Do you talk about how they should find their life partner? Do you cover any of that in your training?
Honestly, that's a really good question. It's something that I feel like I would almost have to get trained in it myself in order to feel confident with being like, look, I'm an expert. You should trust me on this. But there are a few things that I can say like for certain. So I believe that the IQ between married individuals correlates at above 0.4. Does that sound right to you guys? Anyways, basically, it seems like you marry people that are kind of similar to yourself roughly in intelligence. And so as a result, one thing is like, even if that girl is completely gorgeous and just like melts you, if you go and try and speak to her and, you know, even if she's completely nice and has all the best intentions, but it's really difficult for you guys to communicate on certain things, it could lead to problems. But it's what I always tell people is that intelligence differences between human beings that are trying to be together only matters if the differences are larger than their desires to make it work. What this means is that, like, once you actually care about the other person and you're like, yeah, I mean, I don't care if you're disabled, I still love you, or like, I don't care if I look disabled to you, I still love you, then you kind of reach a point where it's like, you know, I don't care if you're saying something that like makes me feel dumb because we love each other. And, you know, so it's like that. It's based on some things like there's the personality. There is that general difference. Like just like people will get with other people that remind them of their own pre-established beliefs and kind of remind them of like their perceived place in the universe, so to speak, people will kind of gravitate to others with similar intelligence. Whenever it comes to, I guess, how to speak with them, it's different, you know? So I can tell you, whenever you increase IQ for a male, it's been shown that it's actually going to overall increase the likelihood that they're going to get married one day. Whenever you increase the IQ of a female, it'll actually reduce their likelihood of getting married. And there are lots of reasons that go into this. A lot of things aren't good. A lot of reasons we don't even understand, because there are things about intelligence and how we perceive intelligence and how like biased against it we are that we don't even comprehend. It's been shown. So they did a study on OkCupid where they basically just had women looking at the faces of, you know, disconnected faces. They didn't know who they belonged to. They didn't know anything about the dating profiles or the personalities of the individuals. Maybe they could extract something from like a caller, but beyond that, they really knew absolutely nothing. And then they also gave the males IQ tests. What they found is that the women having absolutely zero knowledge of the people's IQ scores, they were actually a bit. So the thing is, whenever they saw a male who had an IQ above a certain point, and then they asked the women, is this person attractive or are they not? They actually had a harder time deciding. So it's not saying that, you know, the women were more likely to call the smart men ugly. It's that the women were unable to determine if the smart men met the biological criteria necessary to qualify as attractive, almost as if they were looking at a dog and you asked them to say, is this an attractive dog? What this shows is that there are actually differences. Like basically super high IQ people are almost like a different, like little cluster of their own. And not only are they their own cluster, it also manifests itself in terms of social patterns and behaviors that actually trickle up, and they've kind of manifested themselves in terms of some of the things I've described before.
Hey, Julian, just you mentioned that because I have a friend of mine he worked with me at Measurement, the company I was talking about, and he actually was the research person for the metrics for eHarmony. So that was actually his job that he came from California to the North Carolina area for. So he's actually doing what you're talking about OkCupid did. His whole job was to study the metrics and to create those metric profiles in order for folks to quote unquote match each other.
Did you find the same thing?
Because Julian, that was a brilliant answer, but my question was really to our guest from Nigeria. I was wondering what you do. Yes, I was asking you whether or not you incorporate in your training of people to improve their social development. Do you include dating and that sort of thing in your education process?
Okay, yes, I do. But however, I just started podcasting about a few months ago. So dating, marriage, family life is definitely something that we would like to consider on my podcast. But for now, I haven't, but I hope to. I definitely hope to.
So you just need to listen to Julian, because you got to incorporate all of the things that he just said into your podcast.
Yes, and he made quite interesting. He made a very, very interesting and valid point when he mentioned that you have fewer guys who would want to show interest in women who are quite more intelligent than they are, because I think I found out that, especially from the part of the world where I come from, the men around here haven't really come up to that level where they come to accept that they are not intimidated by the success or by the intelligence or by the charisma or the competence of a woman who can do things better than themselves, or who has, she has better financial abilities or anything that is more than the man. So I realized that it's quite difficult for women who have a higher intelligence, who have a better career life. I think the men folk perceive them as a threat rather than an ally. So I think that's really it's quite a problem for women who do better, or who the world qualify as success, to get into the dating game. So I think that's a very, 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 very valid point Julian made.
Yes,
and it's not just a problem here in the. Sorry,
I got to follow up on this,
Go ahead.
because I'm saying that, for me, I had to have someone, and I think Julian would agree, that at least matched my intelligence. I was never threatened by it. A woman was not that attractive to me if she wasn't intelligent. And my wife made more money than I did, and I didn't see that as a negative.
If I can ask poetry and answer his question,
Yes, that's because I think basically where it starts from is that we all need to learn to see that there is really no competition, or that there is really no problem when somebody of the opposite sex is doing better than you are, and I think I seem to like this person, and I think, okay, let me take it a step further. But I think by the time most guys find out that, okay, she seems to be better, or she seems to do things better than I am, it kind of turns them off, and it just makes them want to leave, and it just makes them not to further pursue their interest in the woman. So I think it's good for you. It's good for you that you have that kind of mindset. But I think we men really need to grow up to that extent to accept it, or to love it and to cherish it. I think it's for the two of you. If she does better than you, it's still to both your benefits. So I don't think there's any problem with that. I think people really need to come to the understanding of that there is really no problem if I'm dating somebody of the opposite sex who seems to do better than I am. I think we just need to encourage ourselves, and like Julian made a very, very valid point, and when he said that even if there is a level of difference in our intelligence, we should have a willingness to be able to work on it. So if there's a willingness to work together and to grow together, I think that is the most important thing. So our differences do not really matter. What matters is if we would be willing to work towards that difference to achieve a common goal. So that's what I believe for me.
I agree with you, but I just want to add this really quick.
So we are working with from Africa.
I think Marcus had something to say for a really long time.
Thank you, Julian.
I think Marcus wants to say something.
What I was to add to you was I agree with everything that you said, the young lady from Nigeria, as well as what Julian said. But I will tell you that I live here in Durham, North Carolina, and there's a lot of people that are from very smart areas. This is very much of a university town, and there's a lot of corporate women and things of that nature. UNC, Duke, and State, and a number of other colleges are here in North Carolina Central. And I can tell you that a lot of my friends that are intelligent, very intelligent, that are women, will tell me oftentimes that men are intimidated by their intelligence, and that's why they sometimes find that they have to step down in their opinion and go to folks that are a little bit lesser than their intelligence, because the men are too often intimidated by them because of that fear that they are more intelligent. I actually love
being corrected.
That's going to be able to have that conversation with me, that we're going to be able to share the dialogue and have that common kind of bond and some engaging conversation, whether it's here on this platform or whether it's in real life and everything. That's what I prefer, and that's the way I was raised. My mom is a very intelligent woman, as are my aunts and things of that nature. So I was raised with strong, independent women. But unfortunately, there are too many people in society, and I would argue in certain societies even more so than others, that are intimidated by intelligent women. And that, I think, is a shame. And I wish that folks would get over that. That's a bias that folks have. We have biases against people on different levels. The thing that I was curious about with Julian, I'm going to switch the conversation just slightly, is you talked about changes in the way people's appearances and things are. But as an intelligent person, how would you deal with it if, say, your girlfriend is very attractive, but say she was to lose a body part? She came down with breast cancer. I'm not wishing that on her. Don't want that to happen. But she had to have a mastectomy and things of that nature. So she would lose that part of her body, or she bumped her head. She's very intelligent, but if she bumped her head, she could have a concussion. She might not be as smart as she normally is. So as an intelligent person, how would you cope with that personally? I was just wondering your take on that.
Well, that's a question that's like, even if I was to spend time thinking about it, it's something I couldn't fully understand how I would respond to unless I was there. But as far as I can tell, I mean, whenever it comes to like physical alterations, it's easy. It doesn't really matter that much at this level of mental connection. Whenever it comes to the cognitive connection, if that cognitive connection was to disappear, then that would actually raise more challenges for me personally, just because I've always been I've always relied more on that cognitive connection in terms of finding, qualitative connections with other people in relationships. So it would kind of depend. I mean, when I was 17, I suffered a pretty bad traumatic brain injury, and I woke up in the hospital a few days later. And, I know I've read that after you get a TBI, there are certain lasting effects. Like, for instance, it's apparently harder if you track the stochastic movements of a person's eyeballs. It's apparently harder for us to like read in a straight line after we get, a concussion and things like this. So I guess it would really depend on the nature of the change. I don't think it would change that much. I mean, at the end of the day, you could straight up just disconnect the brain hemispheres of a person and they would still kind of be the same person. They wouldn't even really notice the difference. I would notice the differences from the outside, but I would know that like it was pretty much still the same individual. I mean, it's definitely still the same individual, but like, for instance, did you guys know that? So there's this thing called the corpus callosum, and it's the bridge that connects your brain hemispheres, and it's how information travels between brain hemispheres so you can think about things. So it's actually found, since certain faculties of the body and mind will exist more in certain regions, if you disconnect the brain hemispheres, you can actually get a bit of a disconnect between external outcomes, to the extent that, say you cut the corpus callosum, a person's left eye is connected to their right brain hemisphere, and a person's ability to perform linguistic processing those abilities are generally mapped to the left brain hemisphere. So if you show a person an image but only show their left eye after their corpus callosum is cut, this means that the right brain hemisphere sees it, and you ask them, name the thing you're looking at. Since it's the left brain hemisphere that's able to name things, and it's in the right brain hemisphere that it sees it, but there's not a bridge, the person's not going to be able to remember what the name of the thing they're looking at is. And like they're gonna sit there and they're gonna be like, what do you mean? It's gonna be like, tell me the name of this thing. And he's just going to be looking at it. He's just not going to go there anymore because, it'll just turn out that, once you disconnect those hemispheres.
Because I know we're getting ready to get to gaming and
It's about an
everything.
hour now. I would like to introduce all the panelists right on IBM TV. We are almost wrapping up our podcast this Thursday, and we are starting Gamers Den now. We have JMate joining us from California. He runs Chess Without Borders on IBM TV. We have Mark Lee from North Carolina, and he does a lot of shows with us. One of the shows is Radio Show with Mark Lee, happens on Monday, 2 p.m. EST. We have Jeff Icon. He does a show on Wednesday, and he's a part of our family. We have Arifa joining us from Nigeria, and we are working with Arifa to do a lot of shows from Nigeria, starting from the podcast show which Arifa runs. We have Julian Arpin. He's one of the highest IQ person in the world right now. He's from Toronto, Canada. We have Arijit, and he's a gamer. He runs a gaming company back in India. He's from Calcutta, India, and we'll talk about gaming and all this stuff. We have Jetovi. He's from North Carolina, and He's also a gamer and he does a lot of other things as well apart from gaming ecosystem. And we have one more guest. Aga Khan will be joining us in some minutes. So we can talk about games and IQ and all those things because I think that also goes side by side. So I would like to start. Julian, what do you think? I mean, with the gamers, I mean, what kind of IQ they have?
You said gamers, so that's a really good question. So there are certain games that correlate more with IQ than others, right? So for instance, the game that was found to correlate the most with IQ, and it might be surprising, chess is an interesting one for sure. In terms of modern video games, there's this game called League of Legends, and it's basically a type of game where it's like real-time strategy, and you're just commanding like these armies, and you're overhead, and you see like all your troops, and then you try to go and conquer other people, and I guess their objectives or something. So I think it's been shown that that game correlates the highest from all the different games that have been tested as IQ tests that aren't intended to be IQ tests, at least. There are some video games that are kind of just like, you can tell they're secretly based on IQ test principles, and then they turn out to be something like an IQ test, but it's really not so surprising. But yeah, this game League of Legends actually does tend to measure it pretty well. And then there are also some games like Tetris, which can even improve your spatial awareness and like build gray matter. So yeah, they definitely go hand in hand.
So we have Aga Khan with us. I would like to introduce Aga Khan. He's a gamer and he's a popular among the gaming ecosystem in India. So Aga, would you like to say something about yourself? What do you do and where are you from?
He's muted.
He's muted.
His microphone is muted.
There you go.
Is my voice audible, guys? Hi everyone. Yeah, it's nice to come here. Thank you for joining me in this thing.
So Aga,
so actually, I missed the part where you were introducing me.
Yeah, so I think that Ankit was trying to ask you a little bit about your game background and a little bit about if you could just share with us what your connection is to the gaming industry and things of that nature.
Sure. So I have a huge crush. Like I'm like fascinated game person. So I always like always having a rumbling inside my heart, like different games, playing different games and playing different games on different platforms, all of those things. So from my childhood, like I had understood like how the gaming industry started working. Like I had few people in my family who were working in the gaming industry. Like one of my uncle, he was a software engineer, so he used to make few games on the 8-bit platform. And then onwards, like guys, is my audio is clear?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. There is a network issue over here, so but still, can someone give me a feedback in between of that so that I can understand? Cool. So yes, so that one made me to get introduced to the gaming industry. So from there onwards, I started making small games and all those things, and I completed my engineering from computer science background, and there onwards the passion grows more. So I started making games, small games on the PC and all those things. Now I own my own game development studio. So I went into a few reality shows as well, where I introduced myself as an entrepreneur in the gaming industry. So there are a lot of things that I'm doing currently in the gaming industry in India. Like I'm trying to collaborate all the indie game studios so that they can make a platform around, so that make a boom around like in the India, so that they can understand what we can make with a small type of games and how creative we can be in this industry. So currently I'm doing that kind of work in the gaming industry. So let's hope that it could be a successful part.
Wonderful, Aga. And Jetovi, can you introduce yourself to our viewers and to the community?
Yeah, Toby McDuffie, run 2 esports entities based out of North Carolina. Created the Triangle Esports Championship as well as the Bull City Gaming. Right now, focused heavily more so on the Bull City Gaming. Basically, the whole thing that I'm doing is creating the ecosystem because people tend to think that in the esports world or in creating esports, tournaments is where it's at. It's not really tournaments. It's mainly the ecosystem where you got to cultivate the community and create a grassroots movement in that area and create not only power within the community itself, but also you create a long-standing tournament setup. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically what I've been doing. Also an avid gamer, try and push and help out as many people as possible in the game development field, by exposing the community that I run, the communities that I run to different games. So I would love to. Oh, he just disappeared. I got if he has anything, I'll take his whatever games that they've developed and throw them onto the Discord channel and try and promote it and run an esports around that.
Hey, Jacoby, this is Mark again. Just really quickly, what is that principle? Because you are also an improv person in addition to being a computer, and there is a principle that y'all use in improv, what if or something like that. But I'm thinking that that's a similar principle that somebody of a high IQ, like my friend Julian, who I've just now met and everything, would have as well. So could you talk about that principle? Because I think that it's a very similar principle that folks of high IQ have to use as well.
So there are a couple of principles in improv which are phenomenal and work well in every industry, be it IQ level, whatever.
Okay.
So there's yes and, which is a huge principle, which talks about, you want to be able to accept something and build off of it rather than saying yes, but, because once you throw in that but, then you're changing the whole thing that somebody's created. In improv, you always want to build. Every scene is about building. And you have to understand, so many different levels of status of when you walk into a scene, and understand that, okay, well, I might be the dominant character, or I might not be the dominant character, but I've got to build on what everybody else has already built. There's also follow the action, which goes into the gaming world, because you don't want a game, you want to have a game that has pacing. So, you want to be able to follow the action. You enter in at the middle of the scene and not at the beginning of the scene. It's the same thing that they do in movies. If you think about Star Wars, for example, Star Wars started at episode 3. It never started at episode 1, because you're in the middle of the battle in episode 3. All the movies, all the great movies that you fall in love with, they're never starting out with, hey, it's just these two individuals sitting at a house watching TV and nothing happens for an hour. Those are the bad movies, like Batman vs. Superman. That movie was horrible. But again, once it got to the action, people loved it. So there's also another principle. You've got yes. There was another one that just left me that I was just going to say, but Batman vs. Superman always kills me that way. It'll hit me in a second, though.
I have a question, Jacoby.
Before we get to question, Jeff, I would like Arijit to introduce yourself, and then we can have a question session open for everyone. Arijit, can you introduce yourself?
I have a question for Jacoby.
Arijit, can you introduce yourself?
Yep. I really can't hear you. I don't know the reason. Maybe my network is low, or maybe it's
there's some latency.
Arjit, we're waiting to hear from you, Arjit.
Arijit, can you hear it?
So super happy to be here, like always, and super happy to see all the panelists and all the other participants. Good to see you, Aga. Like, your thought process is really, really interesting. Well, according to me, I think the community that you are talking about, I'm not sure, maybe I have a huge respect for the people who are trying to develop their own title-based games from India. But I feel that India needs a lot about making popular games, and we need a lot community support for the studios, the existing studios who are making games. So instead of, so it's just a small session for the gamers, whoever is playing Indian studio-made games, instead of setting up very odd kind of review in the Play Store. If they can encourage them and give them suggestion, that would be really great. So sometimes, you know what, when you see a studio, they maybe publish their first game in their life, maybe a very newcomer in the market, and the game is not really, really great. People usually put a 1-star and give a lot of different kind of feedback, which is not very encouraging. At least from my understanding of last 20.5 years of running one of the oldest game development studio in the country, what I have seen studios, they started their venture, they started their operation, and after 6 months, wow, wipe off. Like, they're not there in the ecosystem. They just shut down. Maybe they couldn't sustain. Maybe they don't know how to run their own title-based game, how to make money, how to monetize, how to do licensing. So there are huge gap. There are huge specific monetization model gap, and people feel that when they're actually applying for publishing and getting a publisher on board, they feel that the legal formalities will be only on their favor. That's really really challenging. Number one. Number two, as per my understanding, when you talk about games made out of India, and when you talk about investing into those companies, instead of, if it is not a RMG like real money game, if you're talking about the proper games, like my fellow panelists are talking about, making games which actually improves the IQ level, which is giving a lot of impact in the industry, those companies practically need investment, but until unless they are really sure how they will return back the money and what will be the monetization process and what will be the ROI, it's really challenging. So as per my small understanding, instead of only making games, we need very strategic corporate structure. We need to be developed in Indian ecosystem. We can actually encourage them to create a proper company instead of only an indie studio. Collaborating with indie studios, that's perfectly fine. There are a lot of people do that in Asia. A lot of people do that in Europe. I have seen things are happening in US. That's the way to go. Large studios nowadays are collaborating with each other. I know for a fact they are handshaking. In fact, we have done multiple number of deals with South Korean developers, Chinese developers, of course, Russian developers, Europe-based developers. I mean, people are open. They are really happy to shake hands, given a point that the value proposition is right. For an example, if I have some cool characters, asking, can we develop some kind of game with your characters? And if the value proposition is like, okay, fine, whatever money we are generating, we will be sharing X amount of money. I think people should open up with those kind of proposition instead of saying that I'll be needing a huge number of license fees. I think that's the way to go for indie studios. I'm not sure whether Mr. Khan will agree on the point or not. Is it something happening in India? Like just a small question to you. Like how many studios are coming up with, maybe I'll be the game art part. Like I'll be doing only the game art part. I'll be doing the marketing part. I'll be raising the fund. I'll be doing the coding portion. I think that's needed.
Yes, yes, true. I agree with you. A few points like have been gone through. Like I have faced the issues.
Am
Like
I
you are
audible
saying.
enough, or my network is
Yes, yes,
still not?
yes, yes. Is my audio clear, guys?
Yeah,
we hear you.
Yes. So yeah.
Yes, you.
So
We
I
can
was
hear
saying
you.
that few of the points are like I also face the same issues. Like a few indie studios are not developing up to the mark, up to the quality of the other studios, which having a good funding part and the good teams with the quality and means more creative people are there. But a point that right now that indie studios are facing is India is now focusing completely on the esports. Most of the gamers are playing the esports games, which are like battle royale games. It's huge basic like huge environments and the creative parts and all those things. But right now what I see in India is I have been connected with the 250 studios, which are very small, like 2 to 3 people are there. Some people are like 10 to 15 as well. But the point what I understood from their part is they make a game, but there is a point a small portion is missing in their game, which is not up to the market. Due to that kind of issues, they're not getting enough monetization part or something like that, that they're not getting the ROI as well, and they're not seeing the retention how it is coming and every part. They can't see the market what is exactly doing. They're just trying to understand that how they can be creative. It's not just the creative part. If you see the latest game which is hit from the India is Ludo. Ludo is a basic game which everyone's play. It's not a big huge game. It doesn't require a lot of creativity. It's already pre-created rules and pre-created board. Every design is pre-designed, so no need of going for the big designs, big graphics and all parts. It's a simple game, but it made a huge difference in the Indian market. In almost like 7 countries, the Indian game which is made from the Indian studio is reaching to the top levels. It is the biggest ROI part in the complete Android market as well as iOS as well. Now, where another part which I see in the market currently in the mobile industry is the hyper casual games, which are making a lot of money in the market. No, so the mobile industry of the gaming is completely a different part where you see when it comes to the consoles like PlayStation, Sony, and all those PC, this has a different kind of game completely. These publishers, these developers, This teams, this creativity part, like entire the content itself is different. It makes a huge profits, and it needs a big pockets as well to get that kind of content from the people. So it needs a lot of time, lot of efforts as well. If you guys have been aware of like few games like Origin and all those things, is anyone a good gamer like of Origin game? Anybody played that game?
Let me give you a small
Played?
input.
You said
Let me
Assassin's
give you a
Creed?
small input.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you talk about Ludo, when you talk about those kind of hyper casual games, honestly, maybe they're making money. It's a kind of temporary making system, but for sustainable company and continue the process for longer term, and then actually making an impact in real life, in real socio-architectural way, I think there is a lot more to work on. Number one. Number two, I feel today's generation, if you look at the kids, uh, well, honestly speaking, a 10-year-old kid or maybe a 15-year-old kid age group, they can have their own games. And nowadays, engines are open. People are learning. And during this lockdown, I know a couple of kids who have developed their own title-based game on their own, like graphic they have created on their own, coding, everything they have done like from the scratch. Few of them are actually studying in our institute. They got in touch with C++. After that, upgraded their skill set into C#, moved into engines. So, used Unity and Unreal both. These are kids. So I think they cannot monetize. They just cannot monetize.
True.
But when you talk about making an impact, that's, I think, one of the biggest impact that's happening. If you look at my town, I know it, who actually developed his own first indie game, which is, I think, on archery, 12-year-old. Then it is published in Play Store. That's really, really, impactful. So when you look at these kind of people, when you look at the infrastructural development that's happening in India, at least on coding front, on AI front, that's what I think is more impactful rather than only making gamers. And as per my small understanding, if you really want to become a game developer, maybe a game artist, you have to be a gamer. Until unless you play games, it's really difficult to make any kind of impactful, very, user experience oriented games. That's really
Yeah.
challenging. There is a lot to say, like when you look at the connection with the Bollywood industry, Tollywood industry, Collywood industry, they are pretty much open nowadays. They are using games as a marketing tool. There are organizational shifting that's happening. Even banking, I mean, is nowadays happening with gamification, and they're doing most probably hard integration with one of the largest bank in India regarding giving training to their employees. So as per my understanding, when you talk about making games and giving an impact, I think it's not about only the hyper casual games, or rather, only the casual games. It's about how you can engage the users. I think in my last previous panel also I talked about the same. It's about giving the impact to these people, which can engage them, give them a pleasure, a fun, interactive mode, communicating with each other in a funny way, have some
Yeah.
laugh, and then make something amazing, cool in their real life. So with those casual games, I don't know. I differ a little bit. I don't know whether you can actually teach real life integration. For an example, if you look at oil rigging company, they will go for a gamification. Of course, they are now going for that. Going for that. There is an Australian-based company who are trying to integrate XR gamification into their ecosystem. So these things are happening. I think we need to more focus on those aspects rather than only making casual games. I'm sorry, I'm differing a lot, but I feel that's required. Of course, casual games are good for fun, but when you talk about improvising human brain, I think those kind of structures are really, really required, at least after 2020.
So, Arijit and Naga, are we happy with the Indian ecosystem, or are gamers in India, they wanted to develop games for global citizens as well? Because I think a lot of people, they develop games within India, they're happy with 1.3 billion. They might have missing a bigger market, which is outside India. Because whatever we discuss about the games, I think Jitovi is not aware about what are we discussing, because he never heard about Ludo and all these games.
I see. Okay.
What do you
So
think, Jitovi?
It's true. The point is like currently, when Google is doing some kind of survey, like how many developers are giving back to the Google, like how many games are coming to the Google, through which country, and which developers are doing a creative part and all those things. So India is the top one right now. So it is giving a call like sorry, developer accelerator program, which is Google currently conducting. So it does it for every year. So when it has been done previous year, so most of the developers who got selected throughout the Asia were from India. So what it does is Google gives them an acceleration part, like they give them training currently complete with the monetization part and all those things. So yes, I see that India is developing from the gaming part, but the gamers, which I see that the gamers are completely getting attracted to the esports and all those things. They want to participate into the games and they just to win, and they make a career inside it, not into the creative part. They don't want to get into the things. They just want to play and live out of it as a career. So I think that is the biggest difference I have seen right now into the gaming industry. So I think the point that which Arjit has
I
been
think
told is perfect. Yep.
I think Arijit needs to leave. So Arijit, before you go, you have something to say about the gaming industry in India and how we can go global.
Sure.
Arijit. Arijit, can you hear us? Arijit, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
So I think you need to leave, but before you leave, can you discuss that how soon India can, publish the games for global audience?
I'll give you I'll give you another example. I was talking to few of the I was actually talking to few of the developer from one of the European country, and you know what's happening? They are right now talking about more localized and more impactful games which can actually attract country-wise audience. So which we used to do. So they are actually looking for few of the suggestion from us how they can do it. I think in Indian perspective or any other particular country's perspective, that is more viable. When you look at Indian gamers, I'm not sure, maybe nowadays a lot of other gamers have different opinion about the same, but I feel that India needs its own role-playing games, its own MMORPG games, its own maybe, of course, esports related games, like huge games which Indians should play. They give their own feedback, they give their own strategic decision, so that these studios can actually grow together, earn some amount of money, and that's more lacking nowadays. And I think as a community development process, if that can be done, that's amazing. It's a super amazing stuff, super amazing market that's waiting in India. If you look at the Indian market, it's one of the second largest population in the world. So of course we have a large potential, given the fact that we have the network proper. Instead of 5G and 4G talks, I think we should have a normal stable connection in all those parts of India, not only the urban cities. It should be there everywhere, tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. But trust me, there are players who are from tier 3 cities, amazing game players, amazing people, and they give super cool suggestion. But what they lack, they have to actually to play game. I mean, I think in 2018, 2 years back, they practically traveled from a different location and came to the main city to just play and participate in esports. That's the kind of passion people do have. 3 nights continuous gameplay. I mean, they didn't sleep. And somebody got a pizza. He's offering the pizza same to the fellow gamers in his right hand side, and that fellow is giving some, cool coke. It's just like mixing up. It's like making friends, making community. So that's already there in India. Only thing we need some kind of happiness which can create more ripple and more impactful structure. So I'm really sorry, Ankur. I really have to sign off now. So if you please allow me, if I can, yeah.
Grazie.
We'll see
Thank you so much.
on
Like before, I'm really super happy to meet all of you. Super happy to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Arijit.
Appreciate you. I think Jeff had a question for
Jeff, you have a question? Yes, Jeff.
I had a question for Anja too. Is the responsibility of the gaming community to make green games that are less violent and that don't sell out in 20 minutes and that are chopping heads off and cop killing? And so it's
Finish them.
I believe is confusing the lower population, the younger population, to be so dramatically not connected to death anymore. And the gaming industry needs responsibility, and we need to put that through the whole freaking gaming system. And we can do rainbows and unicorns, but we can also do health. We can do global warming games.
Right.
We can do things, and we can share. We can learn from games that help us to build. Because when I was a kid, we used to do Dungeons and Dragons, and it wasn't about killing each other. It was about slaying the dragon, but it was also about building a community and making a house and a hut and going and getting all the parts and the pieces and teaching what berry you can eat and what one is dangerous. And if we had a green game society and globally, then we could teach everybody that animal, not that animal, but that vegetable or that when you forage in the forest, that don't eat that fruit, but you can eat that one right next to it. And then we can learn and we can be evolving as humans and not have a violent gaming society.
You're right, Jeff. And you could actually have educational gaming. And years ago, since I predate all this stuff, I played these Avalon Hill games. That's what they called. They weren't computers, so you move these little pieces around. But they were all historical and educational games. So then I tried out for this trivia team, and I answered all these questions. They go, "How'd you know the answer to all these questions on this history?" And I said, "Because I played these games. It wasn't because I read. It wasn't because I, studied anything. I just played these games." And so they could actually be used as very good educational tools. And since we can't control the gaming industry, but we can do at IBM TV, we can present the gaming industry. Something we may want to consider is doing reviews of these games. In other words, I already saw one of them. I think it was Jatovi was talking about. Never even heard of it, but it sounds like a really great game, Island Saver. I mean, I think things like that could be very, very positive. Yeah, and what we need to do is do a TV show on the games.
We have a global warming issue. We can teach about current topics, and that game, if it was online, could evolve every day with the current news.
Oh, sure. There's always
beautiful,
We can have a game called Pandemic.
Jatovi,
a game called Pandemic.
You let the kids back in the school. 5,000 kids die.
And that's a great point.
I'm so glad I get things rolling.
Last time we had the show, which was Kim, but the current, the other founder and the principal founder of IBM.TV, by the way, is Nick. So Jatovi, meet Nick. Nick, meet Jatovi. So
he is like, it looks like you're near my city, too.
Man of married men here and women. So, like I said, Nick is the principal person, but I do want to hear your answer. And I did hear the mention of Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons, by the way, Jeff, did have some negative history as well, as I recall, and you can talk about that also.
So to tap into the current market about, video games themselves, any video game, and honestly, their Green Games has been kind of that idea and that notion that all games right now are violent, all games really don't have anything. It's been that stigma that's sticking into the whole gaming world for a long time. The big time developers themselves, they actually invest a lot of money into a lot of the psychoanalysis of what their game does towards the individuals that play it. So I have to applaud them for doing that. The ESRB, which is the rating system that was created for video games, similar to how the rating system is there for the movie industry and so on and so forth. The ESRB was created back when the first game, the first console version of Mortal Kombat came out. But it wasn't created because of Mortal Kombat. It was created due to a game that was on the Sega CD when it first released back in the 90s. And the game was called Night Trap. The point of Night Trap was you were actually protecting a home where people were trying to break into the house and abduct individuals that were in that house. It was a teenage party that was going on in the house, and you were the protector. The individuals that were coming in the house, you could tell they were robbers and trying to abduct them. Parents and everybody else took offense to it, and so the ESRB came out of that, and the rating system that every gaming industry technically uses. So you can see it on all the games now of how, if they're for everyone and so on and so forth. So they've tried different ways to get that. But in the gaming world, yes, there are some games that do cross the line. There's some games that come out of Japan and China, and some games that come out of the US and other areas. There was one, I think, from a US developer that was trying to create a game where it was using Google Maps, where you could use Google Maps and act like you were shooting people on Google Maps. That game was taken down. There was another game that was created where
there is an ethics policy that needs to be in place for sure.
So there is the policy. The game developer, it goes into the idea of what is considered art, and that's the tough part with games, because take a game with a huge controversy on it right now, which is Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto has had, a huge controversy surrounding it because of one bit of the game, because the game gives you freedom. A lot of these game players, their biggest thing is they like the sandbox style and they like the social aspect. That's what a lot of the players loved about Grand Theft Auto, is they could do that. They can do whatever they wanted to in this big world. They could follow the story, which the story itself was one of the best storylines you could ever follow in a game, movie, or whatever you may watch or read. Beautiful storyline. But on the inside of the game, you could steal a car from somebody. Well, yes, that's freedom, and yes, that's bad, but the problem is, does it fit the storyline? Some game developers took those things and went off on the wind and did their complete ideas around it. But again, in Grand Theft Auto, it wasn't the main purpose of the game. It could happen, but it wasn't the purpose of the game. So then
but it backfires at a certain point.
Oh, I completely agree. It does. But the problem is, do you squash the art of the game, or do you allow the art and then allow for the teaching on top of it? Because
I think you give a green game as the alternative next to it.
So getting to the green game portion of it, take for instance Fortnite. I know we were talking about IQ and everything else. For every game has an IQ is really like chess. Fortnite isn't just a shooting game. Fortnite is a strategic building game that has shooting involved. So the idea of Fortnite, you can teach people spatial recognition based off of Fortnite. The same thing you could do with Minecraft. Minecraft was about education and building blocks. It's a Lego game.
Right.
Same thing with Fortnite. But we as a society,
if I was the president of the gaming society, I would have one line: would Gandhi approve this game?
Would Gandhi have approved? Would Gandhi have approved all of Michelangelo's drawings?
What about Mortal Kombat?
Mortal Kombat.
Freedom of speech is okay. Freedom of speech is okay, but we're in a pandemic of the heart. And
completely agree. But
take society in anger and frustration and fear, and we're prolificating it.
But
Jeff,
as a society,
I'm gonna jump in here real quick, and I want to hear from my Indian brothers and everything as well. But just out of curiosity, I was attending my virtual conference of the NABJ yesterday. I need to pop in at some point today and see that meeting, National Association of Black Journalists meeting with the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, and they were talking about the new version of Insomnia of the Insomniac Games is putting out of Peter Parker's Spider-Man. So, Jacoby, I was just wondering, what are your thoughts of the old version, and have you seen the new version, and is it a good game or a bad game in your mind, those Spider-Man kind of videos.
So the best game that they put out right now, well, Insomniac Games put out there were multiple Spider-Mans before the Insomniac Games release, and Spider-Man was just released a few years back. They have made the announcement for the next Spider-Man because they had Peter Parker in the last one. They're doing Miles Morales in the next one. Right. It looks really good. The last Spider-Man that they did was the best Spider-Man the best Spider-Man game. They took the background similar to how they did the Batman Arkham Asylum games, which again, those were great games and classic games. So yeah, the Spider-Man that Insomniac Games is doing, the new one is going to be just as good as the one that they just released a few years back. But again, even if you take a look at the Spider-Man titles themselves, what's the line of violence there? And so we as a society, to get there, to move us past the idea of it must be a particular way or else it's not the right way, we have to look at it as an artwork and then move past that and educate on that artwork. Just as I was saying with Fortnite is more of a spatial mechanics, teach the spatial mechanics side of thing, grab the understanding of that, because we're not going to slow down violent video games. It's just not going to happen. We just have to create the atmosphere around it as an educational atmosphere. Take Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto deals with finances. It deals with what's right and wrong. Yes, you can do the wrong stuff in there. It deals with speeding, but you can teach upon that. You can educate past that point instead of saying you can never do that, because we were all young once. Footloose was about a bunch of kids that couldn't dance or were told they couldn't dance, and they went off on their way as rebels and went and danced and had a party. And that's what it is today with games, is that there's Island Saver, phenomenal game. Cell to Singularity, phenomenal game. All of them dedicated to education, but they have a part that is not going to be attractive to that individual that's playing a Fortnite, that's playing a Rainbow Six, that's playing a League of Legends. So we've got to take a look at those games and somehow put the narrative around them that, hey, look, Rainbow Six, yes, it's a shooter game, but it's also about partners and communication and how to talk to people. It's the same thing you do on a basketball court, but no, you're doing it in a video game where you're using weapons. It's the same thing the military would do in terms of leading people forward. So we have to somehow take that narrative, because again, we're not going to stop it. Mortal Kombat's up to Mortal Kombat 11 now, and it was one of the first games that.
But I think that's where the Kool-Aid comes in, is that you say we're not going to stop it, and I think we need an anecdote to get the world softer and to wean ourselves off bullets, wean ourselves off of that. There's information in that Mortal Kombat, video game that is good, but we have to get around it and through it. And if the game is completely green and more gentle, then we'll breed a more gentler society.
I think if we
Jeff, because we don't bring in Mr. Condon. Mr. Condon had a question as well. And I would argue with you, Jeff, and everything. I've not done video games lately, but when I have played video games, I would play something like football. There are video games of football. There are video games of our sports. People can argue, even in that context, that some of the sports games are also violent, because football, there's definitely, it has a physical element to the game. So that being said, I don't know that, as Jacoby said, we're ever going to get rid of
I didn't mean that football game was not violent, but I'm talking about creating or ushering in a greener portion of this of the choice. Look at all the books behind Nick. If all those books were about history or about war, but there wasn't anything about health, there wasn't anything about global warming or about heart math, then we wouldn't have a choice. We couldn't pull a book out of his library, and so we need more library of greener games to go to.
So I feel games and ecosystem basically, because we need different games for different audiences, and then we make sure that they learn as well. It's not about just spreading violence and spreading a lot of other things. So it's a balancing act, and that should be required, because right now it's more about violence games. It's more about something which is not we not used to do the same character in a real life. We are
So I
ready to do something with the real life, which is on the gaming life, but you can't do the same thing in your real life. So I think that's what Jeff wants to know, that
Yeah.
we need to have those games where your real life and real life would be similar.
So I think take for instance the #1 esports game right now is League of Legends. It's one of the top esports viewed on Twitch and everything else. #1. It's a violent game in the sense that you're doing stuff that you cannot do in real life. You cannot do magic in real life. I mean, you can't throw fireballs and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But the education around it, again, just as Julian was talking about, it's one of the highest IQ games.
Yeah.
That's the mindset that we have to take to the other games. Because again, it is a balancing act. If all of those books right behind Nick are all about war, if he only pinpoints, hey, I'm just shooting, that's the problem. But if he points out, hey, look, this is the history around the war. This is what brought about the war. This is what, these are the generals and so on and so forth. That's more about it. Still, it's about the war, but it's more about it. It's the same thing with the video games themselves. There are tons of them out there. There are millions and millions and millions of games. The industry, as Aga was talking about, is focusing heavily on battle royales and everything else. And they're trying to get out there and get his development team going on stuff that's around battle royales. There are tons of battle royale games out there. It's a saturated market.
I have an issue with competition that doesn't breed the ability to be individually okay with being who you are. If you're not strong enough to go into the ring and beat somebody up, then you should be still okay, including if your IQ is smaller than the next person.
And that's the beauty of esports. That's the beauty of video games, is that a 5-year-old can play a 50-year-old no matter their intellectual abilities, no matter their IQ level. That's the beauty of video games. And that's where the education and the focus can be, because we can introduce that 5-year-old to that 50-year-old. They could be best buddies for the rest of their lives.
Well,
Just from playing.
Mr. Khan, can we hear from you?
Yes. I would like to add a point here. So as we are talking about the esports, there is a team. Every player, we need 5 players in a team to play esports game. So there is a team specifically for the people who are above age of 70. They are above age of 70 and they play the esports game, which the one that Jadavi was talking about. So look at this, the thing, like the people have been adopted. There are different kind of genres, different kind of public, different kind of people who adopt different kind of games. Like just now Jeff was saying about that we need a greenery game, right? So believe me, Jeff, there are different audience right now throughout the world who are playing Farmville as well, equal to the esports as well. So the games which have a violent theme and all those things like blood and all those. And the another game, Farmville, which I'm talking about, it's completely about information about farming, what you require to do the farming, what kind of technology it is using, and how you need to sell, how you need to buy, economy, and all those things. It is covering each and every aspect of throughout the world, different kind of everything, like in the farming section. So if you see that game, there are a number of audience are equally supporting the esports as well, which are having a violent themes. You understand the point, right? The people who audience are being distributed among the throughout the world into the different genres. So developers are trying to make more monetization on the games which are getting paid. It's not about they are not losing audience. The Farmville have the same audience from throughout, like from the past 10 years they are playing, and their children's also playing. The kids are also playing. So it's more informative about the real world. Whereas the games which are esports, they are giving money. Just it. It's like for the time frame itself. People play only for specific time. That's it. After that, they leave that game. They don't. It doesn't matter to them what is happening inside the game. They are showing their skill set inside the game. Then how reflective they are. How fast their reflexes and all those things. So there are different kind of audience we need to see throughout the world. The different games are getting played. So yes, the green games are also coming out.
It's still about peace on earth, and it's still about Gandhi. He wouldn't allow the violent games to be in our psyche, in our mind, around us. And if we wean ourselves off that and we give alternatives that are cool, that are really fun to play, and you can have competitions. And I heard the gamers are making $1 million at the game shows, you know, that so it's huge, it's giant. But the games that they're prolificating, the most important games are the ones that are making millions of dollars on the games, and they're mostly violent.
Well, isn't Minecraft
So I
the
think
most popular game right now? And I believe
Minecraft is one of the Minecraft, Roblox are two of the most popular games out there.
Right. It's non-violent, and but if you look at their Minecraft versus Mortal Kombat, one could make an argument Mortal Kombat has no social redeeming value whatsoever. Okay, I mean seriously, it's finish them. They fight, kill, finish, and so what? Where Minecraft has quite a bit that looks like socially redeeming
And
value.
see, that's getting back to the stigma that surrounds the video games themselves, because the fighting in Mortal Kombat is similar to the MMA and boxing and everything else. The strategy behind the fight is where the whole education comes into play. And again, I think we're all in agreement that we want that, you know, that peaceful world. But I think the issue is, how do we take the education side of teaching that Mortal Kombat actually has an educational value, even though 50 million, I mean, we can't convert 4 some odd million people into saying, well, Mortal Kombat is horrible, we need to play game X and never play Mortal Kombat again. The game is only growing. It has a huge following. So how do we take the education side and focus on that rather than saying, okay, well, it's all about finish him, when it's really not.
Even the title Mortal Kombat doesn't resonate with my heart. And again, it's what restaurant you want to go eat dinner at tomorrow or today, and you can choose that. And even that is back to the Gandhi issue, the nonviolent communication issue, is to proliferate more softness in the world, and not to have to go through it, and not to have any bullets, release bullets and war in all of our games, because MMA does not thrill me. And I had a partner that wouldn't allow me to watch boxing in her house.
I would concur with Mr. Jeff.
I'm not a fan of MMA.
I've got to tease Jatovia about something. I'm going to get off this conversation and everything, but I've got to tease Jatovia about something, because Jatovia said that the game was not realistic. I forgot which game he was talking about. He said it wasn't realistic because magic doesn't happen and there's no magic in the world and things of that nature. But we know for a fact that Nick is actually a magician and he does all kinds of real life magic tricks. So
I want a dragon.
he has no power.
That's where all those books are.
Nick has no magic powers. So
That's absolutely true. See if I get tired of Ankit, I just make him disappear. It's pretty good. You know, I love having that power. Yeah. Oh, there he is. He reappeared again. You know, see, we have our own little gaming thing on IBM TV.
I have a highlight here to share with you all here.
All right.
I have a friend that his name is Todd, and he lived in Las Vegas, and I would go to all of my marijuana shows there, and I would show my movie and try to, you know, raise the energy for awareness of reforming, you know, pod prisoners, nonviolence. But when I was at his house, he was not only a gay man, which was a struggle for him, and as a human, but he survived it by being a teacher. He taught flow and magic, and he taught at the UNLV. He made $120,000 a year. He says, "Jeffrey, I'm turning 50 next year. I'm happy. I'm teaching flow and magic." And I went to sleep every night after my seminars, and I read his books on flow and magic. And I didn't even know that there were people out there that studied this for their whole existence on the planet. So the flow and magic part of his teaching, he had 150 students in one classroom at the UNLV, Las Vegas, and he was professional, and he was a beautiful soul. And he would step out to smoke a white man's tobacco cigarette every afternoon. And I said, "Stop smoking." And this is not the reason I'm talking about it. I'm talking about it for flow and magic. But he did die in March. with a heart attack from tobacco. And he's not with us anymore.
Maybe we can have Jacoby or Mr. Khan develop a video game that can support your causes of dealing with both the legalization of weed or also the freeing of prisoners. So maybe they can create a game in those categories.
I would love that. I would
new
love
games
that,
to be
Jacoby.
created.
Yeah, because we can deal with the
But you can deal with the U.S. criminal justice system. Oh, you got caught with 2 pieces of weed, life imprisonment, and you can't get out.
Hey,
You know,
that's
so-
back to one of the games we were discussing, but that's one of the themes of Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I've never played that. I predate all those games. So what I was doing was Avalon Hill.
That's what I'm saying. Games themselves, there's a lot in these games, especially today, that talks a lot about life itself. Because Grand Theft Auto was about different misdeeds and miscalculations that happened on an individual, and he gets tied up in the criminal justice system. Yeah, I mean, there's some games out there that discuss actually
cool.
that.
But the thing is, what Jeff is saying, which is true, you could actually create a lot of good educational games. I believe kids learn faster through gaming than they will a teacher lecturing, because it's more interactive and frankly it's more addictive. So
completely agree.
Okay, yeah, it's just more addictive. So the thing is, between the interaction and addictive,
around with Nick, because that's one of the questions I was going to ask him. Because, like I said, he's got that tremendous IQ, and we'll have to bring him back at some point. But one of the questions I was going to ask him was that they say that none of us, including those with high IQ, use the amount of brain power that we have. That we only use, like I think, at the smartest people. Maybe only about 3 or 5% of our brain capacity, and that's the smartest people. Some of us are down to like 1, 2, or whatever % of our brain capacity. That being said, I think we can increase it by some of the skills that you learn through games, and that's what I was going to ask you.
Your IQ is your hardware, but your games are your software.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you could have a very fast IQ, but if you don't have the software implanted into it, it's useless. And the gaming industry has a great opportunity because they really develop software for the brain. Now, what Jeff is saying you're developing evil software from the brain in some respects, and what Jacoby is saying, well, some of it isn't so evil, some of it's more midlife, in other words, reality TV. But the thing is, somewhere along the line, though, if you want the kids to be really smart in a lot of different subjects, like one of my favorite subjects is Reg D. I never bring it up because I bring it up to Ankit, he knows about Reg D. But if I brought it up to everybody here, I'm not sure if anybody here would know Reg D. I'll bring back our super genius guy and see if he knows about Reg D. There's a lot of esoteric areas that people should know about. Okay, and they just don't get the exposure. But games can actually deliver that software to them in a format that's entertaining and educational.
I think we have our finger on the button to where if we did a new Jim Crow game, we could teach through the new Jim Crow that we could show policemen arresting black people, but then the next scene is the courthouse, and we can teach the courthouse that this is unbelievably wrong, that it's out of balance, and do it in a Crow game. I've been wanting to get with Spike Lee and do the movie on Jim Crow forever to let people know that it's happening.
So there are games out, the millions and millions of games that are out there. There are games that touch on these things. There are tons of games that push, from Jim Crow to even Birth of a Nation. I mean, there are tons of games out there that talk about this, but we get trapped into the Fortnites, the Grand Theft Autos, and everything else, and only focus.
We don't want to focus on the ones that are.
That's what I'm saying is that let's drop these other games into a better slice of the pie.
Well, Jacoby, you should bring these games to us so we can take a look at them.
I can really agree with Jeff basically, and I'll tell you something. I mean, I generally don't play games because I feel like I could get addicted and then I won't be able to do something else. And also, the games are not giving us anything back. It's just a matter of spending a lot of time.
We could just have Game Friday, where only
Game
on Friday
Friday.
play games.
Not possible. You can ask Jacoby. He play a game before he sleeps. That's the habit.
No games before you sleep. Yeah, no games.
Gotta play.
We should have more games about Gandhi. We should have more games about Abraham Lincoln and more games about non-violence. And we should have gamification of those good habits, which we can incur for our children and for different adults, whatever they are doing. Because as Nick said, that there are a lot of concepts which you don't know, but if you play those games, you'll be able to understand those concepts. So maybe we should have a lot of gamification. And I believe that if you go to a restaurant, or if you go to visit a doctor, or if you visit an airport, you have a lot of ample of time, and then that time you either watch a video or just talk to someone. If you can play an productive game which improves your health, or which improves your IQ, or which improves something else, basically,
You can learn.
that would be wonderful.
One of the things that we cannot forget, though, is the educational value of the games that are actually the large games out there, from League of Legends to the Fortnites to the Minecrafts, Roblox, and stuff like that. That's where, yes, offering an alternative, which is great, but we end up doing a disservice if we ignore the educational value that's in the games that are there.
Right, but it's hard to dig through that, and we're giving energy to the violent aspect of that game, and which doesn't diminish its purpose, or that there is, but to make the excuse that there is.
Where did he come from?
Goodness in that game.
That's a
gamification. Doesn't play right with me. It doesn't play right with Gandhi.
Oh, I completely agree that it's hard to dig.
We'll have to do a Gandhi game.
But it's harder to dig through and offer games that kids really aren't interested in.
Right, but we're the adults here. We're changing the planet.
we're the adults in the room. We don't care what the kids want to Toby. We're the adults in the room.
Their world.
We're the adults in the room, baby. We will tell them what they like.
So if we don't play in their world, we are the adults in the room.
We're the adults in the room, baby. We tell them what like, as I tell my grandkids, what you need is adult supervision. And my grandkids hate it. They absolutely hate it. I said, what you need is adult supervision. Oh, they hate it, but it doesn't matter.
But Jitovi and Aga, do you think that we should have a censorship in the gaming industry, because games are easily available, and all the children from different age groups can play any game? There is no kind of censorship in the gaming industry. So how we can cater that thing?
So that's where the ESRB came into play. That was where the censorship and everything else came into play. But just like movies, how are you? These movie theaters, the HBOs to Netflix. A 10-year-old kid can go on and watch a rated R movie on Netflix right now.
Right.
Yeah. So some of the
that's irresponsible. I think the ethics has to come in.
But there's no way to stop it. There's
shut her down.
I mean,
arrest them. Put the people in Netflix for jail. Put the people in Netflix for jail.
Well, but this
forever.
Jeff,
Put them in jail forever.
This conversation, no lifers for bad video games, but the deal is that this conversation is important globally, so everybody can get on the right track, and that these conversations we're having and this opportunity to have this dialogue doesn't happen every day out in the public or on screen, and so
it only happens on IBM TV.
It's fantastic.
It only happens on IBM TV, Jeff.
As of now, I think the technology currently, it is up to here that we can control the games, that what we are developing, what the content we are developing, but we can't control the taste of the people, what they want to do, and all those things. So even if you make a lot of games, supposedly if there are 100 games and 90 games are about Gandhi and 10 games are like about for the fictional characters and all those things, people will jump into that section. Because they want to see fiction, they want to see what they can't do in real life. So we can't change the taste of the people. It eventually takes a lot of time to change the civilization part and all those things. So I believe it takes an era to change. Might be we will be there or we not, but the scientific fictional things will come up into the world, and through like the technology and the education system will be completely changed. Currently, as of now, most of the educational institutes are adopting the gamification inside the educational system. So yes, I believe that in 30 years, before I die, I will see a Tony Stark in this world. The real Tony Stark I will see in this world.
Well, Mr. Ankit, 2:01. Does our airplane take off? And our
it's almost time to wrap up this show today on Game of Tennis, and we'll see tomorrow. If anyone have anything to say, they can.
They can come back tomorrow. Well.
My
Mess with the
Wu-Tang
doctors, the gamers and the doctors. Maybe we should have a COVID-19 game. Pandemic.
There is a game. For
I figured there was.
A couple of them.
Oh, you gotta
Really? Wait a minute. Jacoby,
oh wow.
you made
Hey,
it
Jacoby,
up
you know,
COVID-19?
you gotta come on because you can share the screen and we can
need a
actually look at
dating
some of these
game.
games. We gotta see these games.
We need a dating game.
Dating
One
under
dating.
COVID-19.
A dating game.
There's a dating game. There's a lawyer game. Actually, there's a lawyer game that was one of the top lawyer games in the world, and all you're doing is trying cases.
Oh, what's the name? Sue? Is that the name of the game?
No, it's
Bill.
A
Is
boy
it
named
Bill?
Sue.
It's Ace Law, if I remember. It was
it should be Bill and
it
Sue.
came out of Japan. It's actually just how
Japan has very few lawyers. That's kind of amazing. They have like 100 lawyers. It's not like the U.S. We got 1,600,000 attorneys here.
So what's the COVID game called? COVID?
Yeah, pandemic.
It's Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney is the
Do you
lawyer.
remember Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yep, love the book and love the movie.
Yeah, well, where's the game where we play?
Where's the game?
Just to get the Holy Grail, to
That's
get
true,
the
good
answer to the universe.
If there's a good movie, a good book, there should be a good game behind it.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Come on,
game.
Con, you got to be developing the game.
I want 3%. I want 3%.
You want 3%.
And that
could have asked for more. Nick, you're the lawyer. You could have asked for a lot more. 3% is
You
not
can
bad.
ask. Ask for what you like, but ask doesn't mean
I'll
you get.
ask for 10.
So I think it's time to wrap up today. It's time to wrap
Let's
up
get the
today.
ambassador.
We'll like to see you next week, Aga and Jacoby, and maybe we'll play some games next week. That's what we are wondering.
Or
every week.
demonstrate some of these games you talk about. I want to see them. I want to see them on IBM TV. Let's show me what you got. Show me what you got. That's
Mark,
what I'm talking about.
just to point out, if you go to Steam and type in COVID, there's COVID the Outbreak game, there's COVID Tail Ignorance, Coronavirus Battleground, Ed COVID-19 in Space.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
And a game with mask and sanitizer. And
Okay, well, yeah. We next week we got to delve more into these things. We'll go post some of these things up there. COVID the game on IBM TV.
Thank you for joining us today, and do join us tomorrow on Medical Friday with Doctors, followed by Financial Friday, and that's for the day. And would love to see you again next week. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. And time to wrap up. Bye.
Bye bye.